Alright. Hello, Blue Dragonfly, even though I said hello in chat already. I was gonna say, actually, it's also morning for me, technically, you know? Because it's 11 a.m. right now. Anyway, but today is Sunday, February 8th, 2026. The reason why I'm playing like 1 hour of Return of the Obra Dinn 1-bit BNW, I guess black and white compilation with ambience, I guess, because I wanted to play this game, which is called The Case of the Dungeon Descent. I think you only play on the browser. I think it's a browser game, not just on itch.io, but like I think on other websites. But it seems interesting because it's inspired by the Return of Obra Dinn. You know, that's the reason why I'm playing that OST. And also Type Help and her story. I'm actually not familiar with... Well, I think I've heard of her story, like, very vaguely. I don't know what Type Help is. I'm not sure what that is. But I was gonna say, this seems interesting because it's kind of like an investigative game, you know, very similar to the Return of Obra Dinn, where you have to figure out what happened, you know, based on a bunch of clues, and you connect the clues, and you know, connect the events, and then you figure it out, basically. And it's pretty interesting. And, you know, it's funny because yesterday I played like a Papers, Please inspired game, essentially. And from the same developers, I believe. The same developer who made Papers, Please also made The Return of Obra Dinn. Or Return of the Obra Dinn. So I'm like basically, again, playing kind of like this... I don't know if it's a sequel. It's not really a sequel, but, you know, playing like the next iteration of that same developer's game, but like, you know, a different flavor, essentially. Hello, Weta10, by the way, as well. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I want to try it out, even though it's like a puzzly type game, right? Based on deduction and everything. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of sick of puzzles ever since I finished Void Stranger, but hopefully there's like a different type of, like, you know, puzzly type game that doesn't like cause me to rip my hair out. I don't know. Blue Dragonfly, you've heard of Papers, Please, but not The Return of Obra Dinn. Yeah. It is very different, but it's interesting. You know, again, I basically watch, what was it? I watch a few content creators play it. I never played it myself. I'm such a poser, I guess. But I liked it because it's a very interesting way to like tell the story. I think I watched like Northern Lion play it or something. I don't know. At some point, like, I didn't want to like spoil myself, but I ended up like spoiling myself. So, you know, at a certain point I was like, you know, I already saw everything, so I might as well just watch the whole thing, you know? Basically, like I saw like the plot twist or whatever. Anyway, at least it's not block puzzles. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least it's not like a Sokoban, whatever, you know, Sokoban, which is like kind of like how people describe Void Stranger, you know, like the whole like pushing blocks thing. But like, I don't know, Void Stranger is very like not Sokoban though. Because Sokoban, it's all about just pushing, for the most part, just pushing some objects, you know, like crates or rocks or whatever, and then place them on a certain spot, and then you win or whatever, right? But in Void Stranger, that's rarely the case. Occasionally, there's actually some classic Sokoban stages, but like most of the puzzles in Void Stranger has nothing to do with Sokoban other than like the movement, I guess. Where you go, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, Return of Obra Dinn. The reason why, by the way, I have this on a separate browser, by the way, again, I think I mentioned it last time. Was it last week or something? At least last time I mentioned it. But like every time I try to play browser games on Firefox, it always lags. I don't know why. I have no idea. Something to do with probably the way the browsers are like programmed. But for whatever reason, any kind of like browser game is just not optimized for Firefox, so I have to use Google Chrome instead. Also, action required. Hold on, let me double check what that means. If I click on it, if we're gonna doxes me or something. New extension added. Screw that. Remove that from Chrome. Oh, it keeps downloading like a Adobe Acrobat thing. Which reminds me, wasn't there like an Adobe like Animate that was like canceled and people didn't like it? I actually don't know what Adobe Animate is. Some kind of animation software, I guess, but like it was becoming deleted or something. I don't know. I can't speak English. Adobe Animate being like discontinued, right? That's the word I was trying to like get. According to AI, anyway. It'll be, let's see. Well, it used to be, I think, but now they changed it or whatever. Like it says, we are not discontinuing, removing access to Adobe Animate. There is no longer a deadline or date by which Animate will no longer be available. I think they announced the fact that they were going to discontinue it, and then people were like, "Don't discontinue it," and then the freaking their stocks went down or something. I don't know, and like they put it back or something. I don't know, something like that. I just saw it on like Twitter or something. I just find that funny. Like, we're gonna discontinue this product. No one's gonna use it. Like, actually, tons of people are using it. Anyway. Adobe. I kind of hate Adobe. Not like on a personal level, I guess, if that makes sense, but like just in general. Because the products are annoying. Because like, for example, like PDFs, right? And how like you have to use Adobe software to like edit PDFs for the most part. I do have like I think I found like a free like open source version, which is nice. But generally speaking, for the longest time, Adobe had like a monopoly on PDF files, and then you just forced to use PDF files for like a lot of stuff, so like like work related stuff, and it's annoying because sometimes you don't have access to Adobe products. It's annoying how they paywall everything, basically. Anyway, what else did I want to mention? I actually don't remember what I wanted to say. I don't know. Return to Obra Dinn? Oh yeah. Well, what I wanted to do actually, I was gonna look up these other inspirations as well. Apparently they're kind of like similar. So let's see, Her Story. I think I know about Her Story. Never played it, never really watched anyone play it because, I don't know, seems like a kind of FMV type game. I'm not really into FMVs, I don't know. I feel like there's a kind of like a nostalgia thing for some people when like FMVs were like very popular. Kind of like a retro thing as well. It was kind of before my time though, I feel like. But, for a bit, video games, I can't remember the era necessarily when it was popular necessarily, but there was a certain time in video games when people were like, oh, what's the most realistic graphics we can do? And then it's like, let's just record stuff on a camera, and so that's what FMVs are for, or FMV games rather, became. But like they were often kind of like, I don't know, a lot of them, almost all of them, were like kind of like, I don't know what the word is, but like congruent or incongruent rather, that's the word, incongruent to how video games work. So often they would like record it like a movie, but then they try to make it into like a video game, and it was just really awkward. It didn't feel like a video game at all, essentially. At most it was kind of like maybe like a point and click, but like it didn't really, it doesn't feel like a video game was the issue. Anyway, but apparently this is kind of like let's see, like a woman's interviewed 7 times by the police, searched the video database, explored hundreds of authentic clips to discover her story in this groundbreaking and award-winning narrative game. Oh. It's just in front of a camera. She just acts, I guess. When you think about it, it's just kind of like a audition reel, or what's the word? Like, how like actors, they do like a thing in front of a camera, and like it's the way to show like their like range, I guess. Or I think voice actors do it, or I don't know what the word is, but like it's like a thing where you show off your best stuff, I guess. It's kind of like that, I don't know. You want to say it's the 90s? 90s when FMV games were popular? Maybe. I don't know. I always hear it secondhand because I think I was a baby. Like I was a literal baby in the 90s. I wasn't conscious back then. I always hear about it through like older people, you know, like older gamers. I don't know. Most of the content creators I watch are like older. Like just people are just older than me for some reason. I feel like that's common actually. I don't know. It's always this thing where like you just hear about like it's not always video games, but you know, like video games that didn't exist in your time, but you hear it through the lens of someone else, and they're like, it's like nostalgia goggles, you know, it's like rose tinted glasses, and they're like, wow, that's so cool, but like you never really experienced it, you know. Anyway, her story. I don't know, not something I would play myself in necessarily, but apparently it's award-winning, you know. What do you mean award-winning? Where's the award? Oh, I guess these are the awards. Did it mean anything though? Did any of these awards mean anything? It means nothing to me, but maybe I'm just not very like award maxing, I guess. I don't know. Like, if you get an award for something, like, what does that even mean? You know, it's like, okay, some people thought the thing was good. Great. You get a virtual trophy, most likely, and that's it. I don't know. It doesn't really mean anything, I feel like. But, you know, I guess it's just advertising, really. It's like, basically, oh, this game is good. Everybody buy it, you know, basically. What's stopping someone from... I mean, I probably this has happened before. It's not just video games, I imagine, but, like, what's stopping someone from just making their own award show? And then just... nepotism, you know? Just, like, make their own game the best game. You know, but don't tell anyone. You could probably just do that. I mean, that's just the Oscars, right? Anyway, what's the... oh yeah, what's the other game? Apparently it's also inspired by Type Help. I wonder what that is. I have never heard of that. Type Help. I don't know if you type Help, I don't know if you find it. Is it this? It's a puzzle mystery game inspired by the return of the Oberdin. And also Unheard and The Root Trees Are Dead. How many inspirations? Investigate the files of an old computer that once belonged to a mysterious outside agent. The files detail the gruesome story of a galley house, a case that was said to be unsolvable. What really happened? They figure it out, I guess. Also, oh, there's a Steam version. Actually, oh, it's not been done. Actually, it's still in development. Interesting. So it's like it's a remaster, but like it like looks cool, you know, compared to like the original version where it's just this, I guess. On Sunday, December. Okay, well, I'm not gonna play this game, but interesting. I don't know. What do you call this genre, I guess? I feel like, yeah, the Return of Obra Dinn. I mean, again, the same developer that made Papers, Please, you know, they really just make their own genre, as it turns out, you know? But, like, what is this genre? I'm not sure. Also, the average session for this game, apparently, is days. What? Days or more. What the heck? Yeah, it really is its own genre. I mean, it's mystery, I guess, but, like, I guess, like, I don't know. It's kind of like in real life. It's literally like how, like, in the FBI, you know, like, they literally, like, go through someone's, like, computer, like a criminal's, like, computer to, like, find clues and evidence, you know? It's literally that. It's like, I guess, forensics, you know? Like, I guess what do you call it? Like technology forensics or, like, IT forensics, maybe? Something like that. I know there's something called, like, I think, what is it, like, accounting forensics? I don't think that's the right word, but forensic accounting, rather. I know there's, like, yeah, forensic accounting, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I don't know what it's like, but it's actually, it sounds cool to me. I don't know. It's like you're an accountant, but, like, instead of just simply, you know, managing a company's finances, you're investigating a company's finances to look for crimes, basically, like fraud and money laundering. That sounds awesome. Is there, like, a video game about that? That would be kind of cool, actually. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Maybe it's, like, really boring, but, like, the idea of, like, a crime accountant, you know, like a I don't know, like you're a detective, but, like, you're like a financial detective. That sounds cool. I don't know. like the Sherlock Holmes of the accounting world. Because accountants, I don't know, accountants, from what I've heard, and I don't have a lot of personal experience, but from what I've heard, is like kind of boring, you know, seemingly, for a lot of people. People who are in the career of accounting is just like, oh, it's kind of boring, you know. But like, I don't know, the idea of like doing it to like investigate like white collar crime sounds interesting to me. Like you're essentially like the IRS, you know? It's like everyone's scared of the IRS, I guess. Even though I'm Canadian, so it doesn't really apply to me. But you know, it's like the equivalent, I guess. What was the Canadian equivalent? It's like a CRA, I think, something like that. Like you're the one. Everyone's scared of like tax evasion. You're the person finding the people evading taxes. You know, essentially. Sounds like wouldn't that be a cool game? I think that would be a cool game. And it would be very similar, right? It's like real life. You just go through records and files and find evidence. But you use it to like tell an extraordinary story, you know, of like, I don't know, like pinning down like a mafioso boss or something. I don't know. That sounds cool. Anyway, but it reminds me of that, you know, like forensic accounting. It's like the actual investigation is like the actual method isn't that extraordinary, you know, but the content is, I guess, if that makes sense, right? And I think that's what makes it compelling, you know, because it feels like what's the word, like I don't want to say realistic, because you know the Return of Obra Dinn that literally has time travel in it. No spoilers. Well, I feel like they show you in the very beginning of the game. That's basically the main mechanic, but you know. But, you know, what's the word? Not realistic, but like... forget the word. I always forget words. I just have dementia, I guess. But... what's the word? Believable, you know? What's... it's similar. What's another word for believable? Plausible. It's plausible, I guess. Even if it's not like, you know, like super realistic, like based in literally reality, it's like plausible, I guess. That's the word I was looking for. Anyway. Alright. Drink some water. You know, sometimes I find these, I guess, compilations, but and then they add ambience, you know, for the OST. So it's literally just the OST, but they just add ambience for some reason. It makes me wonder though, like if they copyright claim for the ambience, because as silly as that sounds, that's happened before. Like I've got copyright claim for like wind sounds, for example. You know, like in the game I played, they played wind sound effects. They're like, actually, this is copyrighted, you know, which may or may not be true. I don't know, but you know, I'm just very paranoid. Even ambience makes me think it could be copyrighted. Anything could be copyrighted. Your voice can be copyrighted. Everything is copyrighted. You're not allowed to do anything. Breathing is copyrighted. The air is copyrighted. You can't breathe unless you pay the air tax. Wow. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just rambling. I always just ramble at the beginning of the stream for a little bit because I feel like it. Sometimes there's certain things I do want to like say in the beginning of the stream, but like I never end up like getting to it because I'm just too busy like focusing on the game. You know, I can't breathe without getting the. Yeah, I gotta get the breathing DLC. You gotta get the hydration DLC. When you think about it, that's just capitalism, isn't it? Because if you can't afford to live, you die, as it turns out. Crazy. You know, it's pay to win. Life is pay to win. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to change the, not really change, but rather add like a timestamp. What was the easy way to do it? You know, on Twitch you can just add a marker, but like the funny thing is it's actually easier to like add markers on the Twitch VODs, but like nobody watches the Twitch VOD, especially ever since Twitch kind of like limited how many VODs you can even have. They put like a size limit, which is annoying. So I you know, for Twitch VODs I've already given up on Twitch VODs. Nobody watches it, and like I don't care. Even though I watch, for a lot of content creators that I watch, like streamers, like I often, like if I miss a stream, like I often miss streams because I work on the weekdays. I often watch a VOD. I'm a big VOD watcher, I guess. So it's useful for me. It's just that statistically, I don't know, most people don't really use the VODs. And again, it's like a lot of reasons. Like Twitch doesn't really promote it, and like it's not really easy to search, especially like years ago, like VODs. It's like it's really hard to search for it. You have to scroll down, it loads like every page like slowly. You can't search it the same way you search on YouTube, and like, the playlists are not easy to like sort either. Anyway, it's just annoying. Well, YouTube, has the upper hand on that because it's literally a video platform that, where you can like search for videos. Even though it seems like a simple thing to do, but Twitch just didn't bother. Yeah, I guess Twitch didn't want to make VODs like a thing, so like they basically canceled them. Unless you're like a partner, I guess. I don't know. I think if you're a partner, you're like have like a bigger size limit, but like, even then it's still limited. I don't know. It's just not convenient, I guess. Anyway, 25. I'll just add this as a timestamp. So what I do for like for YouTube is essentially this. Well, I'll just show it. I just do this and leak everything, but like I put timestamps here like that, and that adds it to the video. Not in real time, but like I think after. I think that you can do with any video. It doesn't have to be a VOD. And it adds little markers, on the video player. And, I feel like that's helpful. Because sometimes I do play like multiple games per stream, and like it's confusing on YouTube because I feel like they feel, for live streams anyway, they expect you to only play like one game or whatever, right? So like you put like one thumbnail and one title and that's it, but sometimes I play multiple games though. So it doesn't really work. So I like putting a little timestamp to be like, oh, this is when I play this, and this is when I play that. Sometimes I just do play just one game, but I put a little timestamp just to show like this is when I start playing the game too. Anyway, so let me see. I think there's music. I think it plays later on. I actually did try. I opened the game, or I guess you don't open it, but I started playing the game just for like 10 seconds just to try it out and see like, oh, is it interesting? I think later it plays some music. Oh, I think so. All right, let's see. So let's start playing this game. It is the Case of the Dungeon Descents. Right? That's what it's called? The Case of Dungeon Descent. Okay. By Jam Witch. It's inspired by the Return of Obra Dinn, and the premise basically is that the princess has disappeared into the dungeon, and you can scry the magical events to deduce what spells were cast, and then piece everything together to figure out the princess's fate. Seems pretty straightforward, but let's see. Also, is this like do I need to zoom in or something? I don't know. Oh, the text is like too small. There's a way to like increase the text. Actually, when I actually when I scroll in like that, is it like my Windows doing that, or I'm not sure. I don't know if that like helps, or like if it like it will cut off things later. Maybe, I'm not sure. It seems to like what's the word? It seems to I want to use the word contort. That's not. I don't know if that's the right word, but like it seems to know that you're zooming in, I guess, the game. Anyway. But yeah, magical investigation game. All right, so and apparently this game is like not that long. It'll depend, I guess, of if I figure out things fast enough, and also I'm reading everything most likely. But let's see. Please, sir, you must help me discover what happened to the princess. She entered that deadly dungeon 3 days ago with her companion and never returned. Companion singular. You claim you can scry on past events. You should be able to tell me the princess's exact fate. First, prove your scrying works. I sent a party from the Adventurers Guild into the dungeon to find the princess, but they never emerged either. The Adventurers Guild. Why is it always Adventurers Guild? Freaking Adventurers Guild in every like medieval fantasy game. If you can accurately tell me what spell they cast before entering the dungeon, then I'll entrust you with discovering the princess's fate. Leader Kara is known for her magical belt of strength. You could start by scrying on traces of its magic. When you can answer my question, use the Record Fates button. Great. Background music, yeah. Where's the background music? Is that... Oh, it's playing right now, okay. How to play. Explore what happened in Dungeon by scrying on targets and discovering new scenes. When you see new heroes, dungeon floors, or names of spells or magical items, click them to collect scry targets. Choose one more targets and click scry to search for scenes. To reveal the details of a scene, you must find the combination of targets that identify exactly one scene. Click the record face button to enter what happened to each hero. Maybe you zoom in a little bit more. I don't know, I feel like if you're gonna watch this on YouTube, you know, it might be a little bit small, the player. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more just to help see it. Anyway, Belt of Strength. So we got a Belt of Strength, that's our one clue. Right, this is basically the tutorial. So you click on this, it just puts over here. I guess there's like multiple spots you can put stuff in. I guess the main thing is like some kind of magical object or like trace, I guess. And then you scry, and you're like, oh, a single scene involving Belt of Strength comes into focus. Reveal. And it shows this scene in the Kobold camp. When the smoke clears, the marble floor of the underground hall is scorched dark. The surviving kobolds shriek with anger. You know, I do appreciate the fact that there's little pictures, by the way, you know? Because I feel like it's kind of like a text adventure type game, right? Where it's like a bunch of text, but like, you know, having pictures is nice. It's freaking like, you know, I can't read a book without pictures, okay? I don't really read books. I read manga, which is literally just picture books, you know? So all I read is picture books, I guess comics and stuff. I don't really read like actual books. Unless you count like TV tropes and like Wikipedia articles, I guess. I don't know, does that count? Otherwise, I don't know. Literally one of the last books I've ever read, like from beginning to end, was literally 1984, like literally 1984 by George Orwell. You know, the meme. I actually did read that book, even though people like reference that book a lot and never actually read the book. I actually read that book. It's funny because it's one of those books where like I remember getting it at the bookstore and the cashier was like, oh, this is for like a school project or whatever, right? That's what they said. I was like, actually, no, it's not. I just happened to like, I don't know why. I literally did not hear about 1984. I just saw the book one day. I don't know. I was looking at the bookstore. I don't remember why I was at the bookstore. Probably looking for manga. I don't know. But like, I was like, oh, 1984. It's about a dystopian, like, you know, thing. It's like about Big Brother. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. And like, I actually just got it on a whim. You know, I didn't know it was like a famous book, actually. I didn't know like it was often used in like school assignments or whatever, or like required readings. You know, in my English class, our required readings was freaking Shakespeare, you know, and I don't remember much about Shakespeare, other than that one quote, you know, alas poor Yorick, I knew him well, Horatio. Other than that, I don't really remember much from Shakespeare, but I remember 1984 though. And again, ironically, I didn't really get it because of school. I just got it because I was like, again, at the time though, again, I was like a, you know, younger teenager, I think. And I was like, I randomly just decided to like just get that book, you know? Anyway, but that was like the one book I ever read, really, from beginning to end. An actual like physical book with just text. I don't know. That probably explains why. That explains a lot, by the way, of my preferences for visual novels, by the way. And probably why, if you ever make like a visual novel that I've read and then I don't like it and then you get frustrated, it's probably why, because I don't really read books. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, the surviving kobolds shriek with anger. You killed my family. And then this guy says, or actually I don't know, it's guy, girl, I don't know, I can't tell just from looking. But a fireball in a bottle, nice. That's what those nasty kobolds get for killing my friend. The warrior snorts, hefting her greatsword as the remaining kobolds fix their beady eyes on the party. And as the only good kobold is a dead kobold, you know, the kobold slayer. Well, I'm glad you had a friend, Zio, at least for a little while. Very funny. Don't let your guard down, Kara. There are a lot left. No problem. Belt of Strength. Orange runes on her belt flare to life as a surge of power fills her. With a yell, she charges into the center of the burnt kobold camp, greatsword swinging in a vicious arc. Ah yes, the cleave move. Okay, so apparently this is Kara. I have to memorize that. It's kind of hard to memorize. But apparently Kara is a warrior, I guess. Or, no, wait. I'm misreading it. No, Kara is this one. No, Kara is this one, right? Because she's the one that actually activated the belt of strength. And this one's Zeal, right? Kara's the one with the sword. Zeal's like, oh, that's what those nasty kobolds get for killing my friend. Because I saw like the warrior snorts, so I thought it was right after this person said something, so I thought this is the warrior, but no. This is the warrior. Kara's the warrior. And she's green. So like I assume she's a half-orc. I don't know. I'm stereotyping. I'm literally a fantastical racist, I guess, but like, I don't know. Someone like a warrior, a big great sword, they snort, I just assume they're a half-orc. Because they're green. Anyway, and then don't let your guard down. I don't know who that person is. We don't know who that person is. Why do they wear a helmet and everything? Are they like a paladin or maybe like a cleric? Maybe. They seem like heavily armored, so like a tanky type person. And also, kobold camp. Oop. Put that there as well. Scry targets discovered. Anything else to discover? Oh, we got fireball, of course. Fireball in the bottle. Nice. Okay, so I guess we looted. Or rather, what's her face? Zara. Zara looted like a fireball in a bottle. You can just do that. How do I scribe this? You see glimpses of multiple scenes involving a kobold camp. To review the details of a scene, add additional scry targets to identify exactly one scene. And do this, but that just goes back to this, right? So I can't do that. Do this. Like, it doesn't involve that, and this also doesn't involve that. So we can't really identify this scene yet. What if we do this? Scry? Well, there's multiple scenes involving this character, but we don't know with what, because we don't have any additional scrying stuff. What about this and this? No? I was wondering, can I like do this? Like two people in one scene? I guess not. It has to be very specific. It has to be like people, I guess magic item, or something related, I guess. And like a place, I guess? Is that how that works? How about this? We did that already, right? Yeah. Let's see. Heroes, dungeon floors, and names of spells. Magical items. Not sure how they categorize it, but like, basically there's different categories to these different clues, essentially. So obviously let's activate Fireball. Well, it turns out there's 3 Fireball scenes. What about Zara? Well, no, apparently there's multiple scenes involving Zara in the Fireball. We can do this, but that just reveals the same thing. Wait. No, this is different actually. Oh, this is different. I thought it would be the same fireball scene that we saw before. It's confusing because the origin of that kobold camp, of where we got that fireball in the bottle, is not the same scene that you get if you use fireball and kobold camp and Zara. We're at the kobold camp. Ah yes, I expected some monsters might have taken up residence here. Stand back, please. Kobolds are exactly the type of enemy that my imbued golem was built for. The spelled engineered golem lumbers forward, meeting the kobolds, who snatch out makeshift weapons and dash forward to take on the intruders. That machine can land a punch, I'll give you that, Zeal. But the golem is outnumbered. Kobolds leap at it and tear at the metal and wiring that holds the stone body together. The blue runes that trace his limbs flicker and go dark. No! Sorry, Zeal. Guess we're getting through this floor the old-fashioned way. She draws her greatsword, but the artificer is faster, reaching for the vials of the spell and seizing an orb full of brilliant red. Oh, how's this for the old-fashioned way? Take this! Fireball! Fireball! Okay, they activate Fireball. Is what they do. So they're an artificer. Which I don't know much about, to be honest. I know about the classical, like, D&D classes, right? Fighter, cleric, ranger, like, there's wizards, I think, sorcerers, barbarian, monks. I never really see artificers though, because artificers are weird. They're like, apparently like the technology people, so they're like, often they do technology stuff, I feel like I don't really see them often in medieval fantasy inspired like games. You know, often they're the ones with like guns. You know, it was very specific. Anyway, so they activate that. So we have a scrying target. We have imbue, the power of imbue instead. Let's see. What about this? Is that the same? And that's the same. So no matter what, they always use that fireball in that scene, I guess. Let's see about imbue in that case. There's only one scene involving imbue then. Artificer is like a magical craftsman, like a magitech, yeah. That's why I was here. Sounds cool. But again, I never see them often because usually in medieval fantasy, unless you're doing this thing where you're like combining magic and technology, which I did play a game like that actually a long time ago. What was it called? I forget what it was called. It was like a thing. What was it? I don't remember. But you know, I was gonna say like in most medieval fantasy games, they focus on magic instead. You know, there's magic, and then there's like other guys. You know, like the people with swords and stuff. And that's kind of it. There's no like guns usually. Now, what was it called though? It was, I think, Arcanum? Was it Arcanum game? Yeah, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. It was like specifically a game where like there will be like magical people, but there will also be like people spec'd into like technology, and there will be like it would be different, you know, depending on what kind of thing you were spec'd into. It would oppose each other, I guess. You know, the more technology stuff you get spec'd into, the less magic you can do. The more magic stuff you can do, the less technology things you can do, I guess, if that makes sense. It's one of those like CRPG things. I don't know, I went through like a CRPG binge at some point. You know, I even played the original Baldur's Gate, you know. I played Baldur's Gate 3, you know, more recently. Well, relatively recently, I guess. But I also played the original Baldur's Gate as well. I don't know, at some point though, I kind of got bored of CRPGs. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's cool, like the premise is cool, you can make a class, you know, make a character, you can do whatever you want, but then you just click on stuff and you're like, you know, yes, you know, click, you know, like a StarCraft, you know, whatever, like RTS game, you just click, and then attack, you go, you know, like the animation is just like a guy's like swinging his sword, like, goofily, I don't know, goofily is that a word? I don't know, basically, like, I don't know, I don't like the top-down view, or the animations are just kind of like basic, and it's like, I don't know, this doesn't seem that interesting to me. Of course, those kind of games can be complicated if you do like magic stuff, but I often don't like magic actually in RPGs. I just like hitting stuff, and that's why I like Dark Souls, you know, because Dark Souls is more action oriented and it's more focused on like actually like being in the battle, where you have to like dodge and make decisions in like real time, instead of like just bunching up of characters, you know, in a group and like you know, select all and then click and you just Zerg rush essentially. I don't know. I just kind of like fallen out of favor for like CRPGs. I mean, obviously there's like, you know, apparently CRPGs like people always praise the story of like CRPGs, you know, but like, I don't know. I feel like it's always the same thing. It's just a bunch of text. You know, it's a bunch of text, and you click on a choice, and then most of your choices don't matter. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you do a skill check. I don't know. It feels like BioWare games, where it's like, it seems like a big old, you know, epic story and everything, but then the story always goes the same way for the most part. Despite if you try to be evil, try to be good, it's like it always ends up you're fighting the same bosses and you go to the same areas. It doesn't really matter. I don't know. Anyway, that's all just a whole ramble of CRPGs. Baldur's Gate 3, though, I would say there is differences in terms of evil and good playthroughs a little bit, though, which is interesting. Mostly in Act 1, though. Mostly in Act 1 and a little bit of Act 2. Like, you can do, like, weird things, like you can, like, kill NPCs before they even, like, appear in the quest, and, like, that actually changes things, you know, which is interesting. Actually, like, off-screen, I experiment a whole lot in Baldur's Gate 3, in, like, Act 1. You just go up and just murder everyone in the grove, and then go back to like the goblin stronghold and be like, hey, I murdered everyone. And then was it Minthara or whatever? She's like, what? Good job. You know, they're like, whoa, okay, you did that already. Great. You know, you can just end up just like what's the word? I guess break quests, not break quests. What's the word for like skipping quests? I guess by doing the steps like too early. Sequence break. You can like sequence break a lot, you know, in Baldur's Gate 3. Again, mostly in Act 1. I feel like in Act 3 less so because it's like more open, but like Act 1 and a little bit of Act 2, you could do a lot of sequence breaking, which is kind of fun. I don't know. I like that, essentially. Where you can just break the script of the game. That's the fun part. And the game actually reacts to it, you know? They actually react to you breaking the game. They're like, oh, good job, you did this thing already. Wow, you know? Or like you just go and randomly just kill this one person. They're like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to do that, but you did it anyway. I don't know, it's like fun to be like kind of, and mostly it's like murder though. That's the only way, most video games for some reason, the only way you can interact with the world is just murder, but you know, like it's just interesting. You do a lot of different things and then the game world actually reacts to you doing it. Anyway, that's all just to say though, CRPGs, I've kind of fallen out of favor with them because, you know, I don't know, it's just a lot of like, again, text, whereas like, you don't actually get to do anything, you know? It's like a bunch of text and it's like, oh, I choose to like kill the bad, or not the bad guy, but like, I don't know, I choose to sacrifice this person, and like, you know, but like, to like summon the Satan or something, I don't know, but like, but it just all happens in text, you know, if that makes sense. You don't actually do anything though, you know, at least in the very text heavy like CRPGs anyway, if that makes sense. Or otherwise you just do like a generic like battle, I guess. Again, we just Zerg Rush StarCraft units, you know. Anyway, I'm rambling for too long. What am I doing? I activate the imbue thing to be like, oh, okay, what's another scene where imbue was activated, and it was at the dungeon entrance. I know you're excited, Kara, but we must be cautious. The dungeon's full of dangers. Tales tell of a deathless lich lurking in the depths. Oh yeah? Let's just see how deathless it is once I'm done with it. You know, Zara's just a freaking meathead with like 20 strength. Well, by definition, a lich is a creature. I don't know, for some reason, I'm thinking Zill's a nerd now, so like I'm just gonna give a nerd voice. Well, by definition, a lich is a creature that has used a magical means to avoid death, so... Okay, just finish your stone, man, so we can go in. The artificer's eyes shine behind his goggles as he bends close to the metal and stone creation on the ground. It's ready. Imbue! As he casts the spell, blue light sparks from his fingertips and courses along the golem stone skin. When it stands, it looms over the shorter party members, and the warrior grins. Nice. Now let's go. We have a princess to rescue. Well, excuse me, princess. Alright. So dungeon entrance. Interesting. There's actually 2 other people who have entered the dungeon. Maybe the princess. Well, obviously the princess must have entered the dungeon at some point, right? Interesting. Fireball. No, seems about that. Battle strength and dungeon entrance. Nope. So these 3 adventurers, no matter what, they've entered the dungeon at this point, I guess. Okay. What was the initial... What was the question again? Tell me what spell they cast before entering the dungeon. Well, I know what spell they cast. They cast Imbue at the dungeon entrance. Oh, actually, I guess I thought I needed to like enter it here, but I actually wrote here. You cast Imbue in the entrance dungeon. Oh, and who cast it? Oh, that's also a bunch of names I don't know. Felicity, Caspian, Kara. Well, no Kara. Who cast it? I think it was Zeal, right? Zeal the nerd, the artificer. Zeal cast Imbue in the dungeon entrance. And this is the, by the way, this is the Return of Obra Dinn part, I feel like, of the game, where you kind of like, it's very like open-ended, you know, where you find all the clues, but then you still have to like put it all together to be like, okay, well, what's the answer, right? Kind of like a freaking like multiple choice question on like a quiz, but like you do have to figure it out, you know, and be like, Zeal cast Imbue in the dungeon entrance. Pretty sure. Ta-da! So your scrying does work. My messenger confirmed your report that the artificer Zeal used Imbue to create a golem outside the dungeon. Now I task you to discover what happened to my daughter, Princess Felicity. Okay, so that's her name. Here's a portrait of her. Please study it so you can target your scrying in on her. In the portrait, Felicity wears an elaborate gown and an impatient smile. If you scry on the dungeon, you will learn the fates of the other adventurers who ventured inside. Click the record fates button at any time to note their names and fates. Hey, by the way, click the big button right there. Click on the user interface. So you click on that, and it kind of breaks my immersion a little bit. Once you discovered everyone's fates, we will speak again. I activate that. Okay, so you need to find everybody's fates. Ooh. Okay, interesting. There's also a knight, a mage, rogue, druid, familiar, and a ranger. Alright. I scry the princess. Well, that's too easy, I guess, because there's a lot of princess scenes, as it turns out. Was she in the Cobalt camp at some point? Yes, she was. Interesting. What are you doing in the Cobalt camp, princess? The arched ceilings of the hall echo with the chatter of kobolds as a wave of them rush towards the princess and the ranger, eager to defend their turf. The ranger. Ah, there's a lot of them, but not to worry. Sword of the Sun. Sword of the Sun. The runes of the sword blaze with golden power as she steps forward to meet the kobolds. I guess she's the princess class. She can just do that. Be careful. The princess's footwork is elegant, but she's been trained to fight duels, and the mob of kobolds quickly surround her. A spear jabs into her leg as she stumbles. Ah! No! Entangle! The ancient tile cracks as vines sprout from the floor, soaring up to twine around the kobolds and hold them in place. It only takes a few moments for the princess to dispatch them with her glowing sword, her teeth gritted. You gotta make sure to fix that stab wound, It's gonna lead to an infection. Anyway, you got the Sword of the Sun. Praise the sun! Also entangle. Oh, and the ranger, of course. Who is this ranger? We don't know. Excuse me, princess. Have you been... Well, of course, I already checked that. Oh, no, actually, I haven't checked that yet. I thought I checked this already, but no. She's also at the dungeon entrance. Please allow me to say thank you, Ren. Oh, Ren is the name. Father always dismissed the idea of me venturing the dungeon, but you never did. Okay, well, she just wants to go dungeon crawling, basically, is what happened. Just sneaked out of a castle and just wants to go dungeon crawling. For loot. I know you're destined for great things, my lady, but there'll be dangers ahead. Allow me to cast Protect to shield you. Yes, I know, monsters, traps, even this evil lich they tell tales about, but I've been training since I first heard Father's stories, and I have you by my side. Save your Protect for a time when we really need it. Very well. Don't look so grim, Ren. This is my chance to follow in Father's footsteps, to find the artifact and then return triumphant. Now that reminds me, before we go in, accept my offering. Arcane Amulet! Why is everyone saying, Arcane Amulet? Like, every time they cast a spell, they gotta yell it out, like, Magic Missile! Firebolt! Power passes from her hands through the inscribed runes, building in the gem at the amulet's center until it shines with a steady purple light. Okay, we gotta get to Protect. Also, Arcane Amulet. Interesting. Huh. Well, I mean, there's so many ways to go. I guess... I'm being honest, the first thing I think of is, like, save it for when we really need it. That really makes me think that... obviously is related to Ren. Because, I mean, let's find out when they really needed it, Here, apparently. The dragon. The dragon's lair, apparently. The dragon's cavern is filled with crags of fallen rock and piles of treasure. But the princess and the ranger can't seem to find cover from the searing blasts of Dragonflyer. You lied to me! My lady, whatever happens, you must reach that far passage. Answer me. Why hide your identity from me and Father? What else are you hiding? Her voice rises. The dragon's neck whips towards her. Not now, lady. And it lunges at her with its fanged mouth open. Apparently there's an argument between these two. But I feel like there's not good opportunities when there's a level 99 dragon in front of us. Protect. Green energy streams from the ranger's outstretched hand to form a barrier around the princess, blocking the dragon's bite. The dragon rears back, snarling. All I want to do is serve you, my lady. I swore an oath. Before she can finish, the dragon snarls and snacks Well, they're turning them into a snack, but snarls and snaps at them again. Its jaws close around the ranger, fangs piercing her cloak. Oh, Ren is a woman. I couldn't tell, you know? See, this is what happens. I keep misgendering everybody. Ren is a woman. So, fangs piercing her cloak, hot breath billowing around her. Ren! Oh, by all the gods, why did I use up my arcane amulet at the underground lake? By the way, underground lake. Why did I use that particular thing in that one time in that one location, by the way? You know, very specific. And also dragon? Dragon's lair. Okay. I was gonna mention something else. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, ranger. You know, it's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. In Dungeons and Dragons, rangers do have magical spells. But like when I think of rangers, I think of freaking what's that guy? You know, the elf guy from Lord of the Rings. Even though I never actually watched the movie, but like, you know, you think of elf ranger. You think of the guy with the bow and arrow, and then they shoot the bow and arrow. You know, that's it. That's all they do. But like, turns out like rangers have magical spells. I don't know. I just don't think of that. I don't think of them as like magic users. You know, I think of them as like, you know, archers. Well, not even that. I think rangers are often, again, in D&D, I think even like the mechanics even encourage it actually, where like rangers also dual wield. Apparently, for some reason, they're like dual wielders. They're often used like if you're not going to use a bow and arrow, then you use like two swords or whatever. Apparently, they dual wield for some reason. I don't know. For some reason, it's a ranger thing. Anyway, how about this one? I mean, that's the same scene, I guess. Okay. Well, we have so much stuff about the princess, you know? I feel like we want to figure out what happened to the other adventurers too, but, well, let's see. Why did I use my arcane amulet at the underground lake, by the way? Underground lake. Arcane amulet. Oh, we don't know. Let's see, I guess. Princess. Boop. They're at the underground lake. Is it a poison lake? I don't know. The princess looks out across the vast underground lake, which shimmers with an eerie bioluminescent glow. I could freeze the water, but I don't think I have enough power to cover the entire lake. What if your mother's... that is, your amulet? I apologize. Don't. It's a little silly of us to avoid mentioning her, isn't it? I mean, she's why I'm here. Well, that aside, excellent idea. Serve me now, arcane amulet. She's like a magical girl, I don't know. The purple glow of power spirals out from the amulet into the princess's chest. She gasps and blinks with violet eyes. And that worked. I think I can freeze. Freeze. What does that remind me of? Freeze. I don't know what that reminds me of for some reason. From like some video game where like a character literally says freeze, you know, and they do like a ice spell or something, like an ice attack. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't think. I don't know why. Freeze. You know, why does that remind me of a game? I don't know. I don't remember what game it is though. Anyway, ice crystals burst from her outstretched hand and skid along the water, drawing a glittering path across the lake. The adventurers move carefully across, looking around in the glowing water. That deep blue, it's beautiful. Felicity, you asked if I've been here before. I have. It was a long time ago, as measured by a human lifespan at least. Okay, Ren is also not human, I guess. Apparently she's a 5,000-year-old elf girl or something. I don't know. Boop, freeze. So that's important. Apparently she used her arcane amulet. Is there like a number of charges on the arcane amulet, you know? She can't use it like multiple times? Not sure. That's just where they are. Tangle? Well, Tangle was used by Ren already. Well, now what? There's only this one scene for that. Fireball. Fireball. View is only that one scene. Sword of the Sun. She's there, but apparently there's another person that uses Sword of the Sun. Some kind of paladin, I don't know. Tangle. Protect. That's interesting. There's another protect for some reason. I mean, there's this protect. That protect. Who's using that? I don't know. Alright, well, let's shop around. Let's go back to the Dragon's Lair. Who else was at the Dragon's Lair? Seemingly a lot of people. Were these three chuckle nuts, you know, were they in the Dragon's Lair? Oh, they were, but Zara was there like 2 times for some reason. Oh, you also 2 times. Zeal. No, Zeal was not there apparently. I don't know. I can't figure it out just from that, I guess. I don't know what kind of magic there was being used here. Right, what about the lake? Any of you idiots at the lake? No? Oh, you two were at the lake apparently. Only you two? What happened to Zeal? Where they went? Alright, so there's a scene involving these two in the underground lake. The remaining party members. What happened to Zeal? He fucking died. The remaining party members float across the dark underground lake, using a wooden door wrenched from its hinges as a raft. Neither speaks, and for a long time the only sound is the gentle lapping of the water. Look. To the left, a ridge fin cuts through the water. Just under the surface is a shadow as large as the door. Well, that looks friendly. Reveal yourself to the divine scribe. Smite! Smite. That's very paladin-like. Is he a paladin or a cleric? I don't know. A missile of white lights cuts through the water to plunge in the shadowy shape and it sinks back into the depths. Smite. Well, I guess it's not D&D rules, because Smite is a paladin move, but like it's usually not really like a spell that you shoot a missile, you know? It's not really like a range attack, as far as I know anyway. Unless you use a bow. I think you like smite with like a bow, I think, or something. I don't know. I hope that's really gone. Since your smite didn't slow that thing in the trap shrine down the slightest. Kara. Okay. They're getting little... what's the word? I want to say ornery? Is that the right word? I don't know. They're like being rude to each other, I guess. Anyway, smite and trapped shrine, apparently. The trapped shrine. These two are there. Smite. Apparently. Well, let's see. Let's go back to the trapped shrine. There's some people involved. Apparently, they use a spell here. We know they use the smite spell. Trapped shrine. Huh. Okay. There's a new person here. Interesting. I don't see any signs of imbue on these statues. I think they're purely mechanical traps. It's impressive, actually. More like annoying. Wait, that's not a statue. The figure prowling towards the party makes no attempt to avoid the traps that fill the room. There's a metallic shriek as the blade spins out from the wall, but no blood spills when it cuts flesh. By the divine scribe, that's no living person, it's a revenant. Its skin is gray and its head malformed as if dented by a massive blow. But there's something alive in the pitch-black glow of its eyes and the rapid tilt of its head as it considers the party. Run away, or die. Begone, creature of evil! Smite! White light sears towards the revenant, but it dodges backwards with startling agility. Did you get it? Where is it? I can't see in the shadows. Quick, Zeal, do you have another one of those light thingies you used earlier? Light. Power of light, apparently. And also a revenant, apparently. Who is this revenant? Oh, apparently they've been here for multiple, places. Oh, apparently they're a rogue. They're just a rogue. But they turn into a zombie? I see. Light. Apparently a lot of people use light. Well, I recognize that, so what about here? What happened here? They're in this... Oh, it's the same scene, technically. Trust me, this will work. A trap's in this room are as regular as a clockwork, and after the revenant is impaled, Rabbit can hit it with another smite. Be careful, Zeal. That thing might be dead, but it seemed pretty smart. But I'm smarter. Here we go. Light! He lobs a glowing marble into the shadowy corner where the revenant disappeared. The flare of light shows a flash of movement as the revenant ducks away. Not so fast! He throws another light spell in the revenant's path, blocking its escape. It turns nimbly and dashes directly at the artificer, but he dodges sideways, ducking under a spear thrust by a trap. Watch yourself, kid. Right where I wanted you to. Wait. The revenant unexpectedly spins to the side, and when the artificer flinches, a statue slices down with a massive sword. Zeal! Kid! The revenant turns away from the artificer's crumpled body with a wicked smirk. The paladin is already charging forward, dropping his holy symbol to cast a spell with both hands. Burn in hell, demon! Okay, it really is okay, they are a paladin. I just think of like Hearthstone. I played that very briefly. You know, that card game by like Blizzard. And there's that one card. I don't know anything about the World of Warcraft lore, but like there's this one paladin legendary card, and when he gets summoned, he goes, "Put your faith in the light," you know, and it's kind of epic. And then the music plays, you know, dun 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 or something. I don't know. For some reason, that really stands out to me. It's really very very paladin like. Anyway, so Zeal's fucking dead. His name is Zeal. Was killed in dungeon by... Well, we don't know the name of the rogue. But I guess they didn't die from the rogue, they died from a trap. Right? A trap in the trap shrine. Ta-da! It's fucking dead. You know? Being a D&D adventurer is, it's risky work. You know, it's a very dangerous job, especially if you're level 1. Didn't the revenant cut Zeal with a sword? Yeah, that's what I thought too initially, but it was like the statue. I think it says, yeah, the revenant unexpectedly spins aside, and when the artificer flinches, because the revenant was like kind of like, I guess, what's the word? The revenant was baiting them, I guess, you know, or like, you know, trying to do something, but then, you know, or something like that. Or maybe the revenant was like baiting the trap, actually, you know, maybe they were like you know, like they were like trolling him, you know, they were like trying to like activate the trap and then like dodge out of the way, you know, and then he was like, what? And then they die from the trap. But there you go, we know Zeal's fate. He's dead, and that's why the two, Zara and I guess the paladin, what's their name? I don't know the paladin's name. The paladin and the Hara, you know, they're like pretty somber at the lake. They're like, this sucks. So we know what happened there. What else? Light. At the Cobalt Camp? At the Dragon Lair? In here? In here? No? No, guess not. A lot of reading, by the way. I'm gonna drink some water. Paladin never used Sword of Sun, even though I feel like it would make sense. Fireball. Maybe here? Ah, here, as it turns out. I only know that because I recognize the background, you know? Fireball! The flames light up the entire passage, throwing stark shadows from the statues against the walls. When the smoke clears, the revenant is just a smear of ash. Okay, the revenant is dead. It makes me think the rogue... Well, we don't know the rogue's name, but like... We don't know... Well, we don't know the rogue's name, but it was killed... Oh, does it count if they're like already a revenant, or does it count like... Oh no, they're undead or something. I don't know if that makes sense, but... They were exploded. You know, how does that work? By... Oh, we don't know the paladin's name either. Well, I guess we'll put Trap Shrine for now. But like basically, someone was killed in dungeon by the paladin. We don't know the paladin's name though. Anyway, The artificer's clothes are singed black and his form is motionless on the ground. The used up glass light baubles scattered around him. Heal him now! He's already gone. No, use your holy magic, that's your job. Nobody can bring the dead back to life, Kara. Not true life. No, it tricked him. He was supposed to be smarter. This isn't fair. The paladin kneels beside the body of the artificer, moving carefully to avoid the trap triggers. Deep breaths, Kara. Okay, you're right. Let's get out of here. We have a princess to rescue. Not yet. If we don't care for him now, he could end up like the Revenant. He bows his head, sketching the symbols of his god in air above the artificer's body. Lay to rest. You can do that? That's a thing? Is to prevent him from turning into an undead abomination? Again, I was wondering, like, how does that count? Like, if you turn to a Revenant, does that mean you, like, for the record fate thing, is that like your final fate, or is it after, you know, or rather before you turn up to a Revenant? I don't know. Anyway, so again, he's dead. We know that. Lay to rest. Anyone else use lay to rest? I don't recognize that. Dragon Slayer? No. The lake? No. Fireball. Smite? You know, I don't know. Oh, the rogue. Alright, because we know about the rogue now. I wonder what happened to the rogue. Were they also at the Cobalt camp? Turns out they were. With a bunch of other people too. You know, this really is. I'll be honest, this reminds me of Goblin Slayer. You know, and how, like, essentially, I don't know, the Goblin Slayer was a bit controversial when the anime got released because of the subject matter. You know, in the first episode, I knew about it. I knew about the manga before the anime, is what I'm saying. But there's always like kind of like side stories, you know, where like it really is just D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons, but like realistic in the sense that a bunch of parties just go into dungeons and, like, not always, but often they would be unprepared and they get fucking killed, you know, essentially, and it's just brutal. But when you think about it, that really is like D&D. There's a, you know, it's like old school D&D. From what I understand, I never really played D&D. Again, I'm such a poser, I guess. I just read about it, but like, you know, apparently in old school D&D, you know, like, it would be very easy for you to freaking die, as it turns out. You just go into like a dungeon, you fall into like a pitfall trap, and you fucking die. That's it, you know? As it turns out. You're not like a protagonist in like a story or whatever. You don't like have plot armor. If you get hit for like 50 damage from like a dragon, you just die, you know, and that's it. You roll a new character, you know? So in a way, that's what that reminds me of, you know? Anyway, the scenes and characters are color coded. I guess so. You know, different parties and everything. Anyway, so what happened to these guys? They also started a Cobalt camp. Why is everyone like genociding the Cobalt camp for some reason? Everyone just go to the Cobalt camp. So many Cobalts. Anyway, who's this guy? He was like a warrior type, a fighter. Mage type. Of course, the rogue. We're gonna need some firepower against all these kobolds. Can you do the honors, Lily? Okay, that's Lily. Oh, but they're kinda cute. Look, that was using an old pen as a weapon. Cute. They're trying to kill us. Let's kill them back, please. He has to shout to be heard over the ferocious yipping of the dozens of kobolds and the howling that the druid's wolf is doing in return. The knight draws his rune-inscribed sword and activates it with a shout. Sword of the Sun! Let's go, Lils. Okay. Here's Lily. Lils, so that's kind of, I don't know, confusing to me. It's very similar names. Lily, Lils. Now stay back, Luna. The wolf ducks out of the way as the mage raises her staff, her free hand moving through an intricate series of spell signs. Fireball! Okay, so Lily is the mage, there's a druid, there's a knight, of course the rogue. No new spells though, but I guess we learn who these people are, so now, because of how we have that context, we can figure out how to like, connect them to other places now. The adventurers are seen as green, Princess Ranger pink, and the rogue is orange, yeah. But it seems like there's multiple adventure parties, right? Because this is also another party, it seems like. It's interesting. I'm just thinking about the time frame. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I have a feeling that obviously these adventure parties, whatever, they go to the dungeon at different times. And I just wonder, like, who's the party that entered the dungeon after the princess? I guess it would have to be these three because the king gave us the belt, you know? So these three went into the dungeon most recently after the princess. And before the princess, it was this party. I guess I'll just say the rogues party, you know? And I'm just thinking, like, how long ago is this? I wonder. Because the rogue was a revenant. So were they looking for the princess, or was that this before the princess? Anyway, this is interesting. I wonder how this all connects. Alright, so let's see. Let's check out this guy. A lot of places. He's a knight. He used Sword of the Sun, we know that. Ooh, apparently he also used it in the dragon's lair, so I've noticed. Were they trying to fight the dragon, I guess? Classic dragon fight, I guess? Oh, the dragon got entangled. Well, that should hold the dragon for a moment. What now? Well, let's not wait for it to get free. Let's take some of its treasure and go. No, not when we're so close to the artifact. We can't run away now. Dragon growls, glaring at the party as it struggles against the shimmering layer of ice and cocoon of vines that hold it immobile. Okay, ice and cocoon of vines. It might be run away or die, Cass. Okay, so the knight's name is Cass. Hold on, let me... You know what? Just so I can keep track of myself. So Lily, you're Caspian, I guess. Short for Caspian. Are you Lils or Luna, actually? Well, you're Luna, I think, right? You're the... Well... Wait, so... Wait, who was talking before? Actually, I got confused. Because they said Lils and then Lily, so that confused me a little bit. What was it? Back here. Because he said Lily first, and then he said Lils. Let's go Lils. I don't know, it's weird. Are they calling... Are you calling everyone by nickname or by like a full name? You can't just do both at the same time. That's confusing to me. Because I think Lils is the druid's name in that case. So... Wait. So it's a nickname though. So it's like... short for something maybe? Well, it's not Lily again, right? I'm confused. I'm confused by the names. Can you do the honors, Lily? That definitely is the mage. And then Sword of the Sun, let's go Lilith. I don't know. Maybe they call them by full name and then by nickname later. I don't know. I'm so confused. Lilith. Stay back, Luna. Right. So Luna is the wolf, definitely. Alright, I don't know. Let's go back here. It might be run away or die, Cass. But the Lich's artifact. If it can save lives, it's worth it. The Lily's right. We need to try. Sword of the Sun. Serve me now as you served my forefathers. His blade grows with a brilliant golden light, and he charges at the dragon, leaps forward and plunges the shining blade in the dragon's throat. Flames erupt from the wound, scalding the knight. Ice melts into nothing and the dragon rears up, its roar vibrating the cavern, its gaze fixed on the knight. A Caspian! No, oh dear! I have to... Quake! Quake, the video game? Everyone, take cover! The rocks! Ah! Vane! I can't get over there! We have to get out of here! Idiots! We should have run! Vane. Who's Vane? I don't know who Vane is. I don't know who Vane is. I can't get over there. We have to get out of here. Who's Vane? I mean, the last person to talk was like, you know, so I assume the rogue's name is Vane? Maybe? That's my guess. Not sure, though. I guess the fact that they were like a revenant, I don't know, I guess that doesn't count. I'm just gonna put that question marks for now. Anyway. This makes me think, Yeah. They use Entangle on the dragon as well. So this is before they try to kill the dragon. The dragon has thick crimson scales, huge jaws full of teeth, and a sinuous neck that swipes from side to side, snapping at the party and shooting out jets of flame. Ugh, there's no way I can find a weak spot with it thrashing around like that. Caspian, plan? Magic? The dragons resist magic. A spell is as likely to hurt it as my arrows. So, not at all. The mage peeks at the dragon from the corner she's taking refuge in. Magic can't hurt it, but it can still affect it, right? What are you thinking? Mario, your entangle is always strong. Can you cast that? I'm gonna try freeze! Freeze! Very well. Entangle! Everyone's just yelling out their, like, attacks, I guess. Well, I don't think we learned anything new here, though. This is like, we already know what happens, I guess, so... I guess that's just another entry point, if you can figure out that. It's kind of like the same things, doesn't really matter. Okay. Quake. Ooh. Why, I recognize that person. Apparently they also use Quake here. It's a bad idea, you know, repeating the mistakes of the past. Alright, so Zara and... Actually, again, let me name these so I remember. Kara, not Zara. Why did I think Zara? I thought it was Zara. Kara. I don't know his name though. Oh yeah, the princess name is Felicity, by the way, so obviously we know that. And this one's Rin. You know, I think putting the name is good, so I remember who's who. Let's see. Didn't I learn the druid's name in that past scene? I don't know. Because, the dog's name is Luna, and then the guy said, Vane, I can't get over there, Vane. Like Caspian said that, but I'm not sure it was the rogue or the druid, because the rogue was the last person to speak. They said, you know? But the druid was the last person to, like, say something like a full sentence. So I'm not sure if the druid or the rogue that he mentioned Vane is. I don't know any of these. Unless they said it like here, where is it? Where's resist magic? I don't see any. Oh, Mario! Right, Mario. Of course. And Meryl. Okay. There you go. Alright, so we're back over here. Kara and the paladin meet the dragon, I guess. Piles of treasure shimmer of the heat and slide beneath the hero's feet as they try to dodge the dragon's snipping jaws and bursts of flame. You know, the dragon survived, by the way, the last attempt to murder them. Ugh, this is useless. No point in using my belt of strength if my blade can't get through the scales. Are you out of magic already? I'm low, and none of my spells are powerful enough to hurt it on their own. We can't turn back now. We need to find Princess Felicity. So figure something out. Those cracks in the ceiling. When I say, run to that far corner. Why? Now! Quake! Apparently the paladin can also activate Quake, you know? What are these rules? I thought I thought... You know, paladins and like clerics and mages and druids, I thought they have different spells that they can use, you know? They can't just like they can't just like multi-class, you know? I don't know, I just don't think like a paladin would use like an earthquake spell, you know? It just feels weird to me. But I guess they can. They use earthquake. Why do they keep using earthquake? They keep using quake in this area for some reason. And how did when they first like did use the quake thing, I wonder how did the dragon like fix everything and put everything back together? I feel like we didn't really learn anything from this though. We just kind of learned he used Quake, but that's it. Slay to rest. Interesting. So this is involving the rogue, I guess. Spider's Cavern. Oh, this is like some random other scene we don't know about. The druid kneels before the motionless form of her familiar, her head bowed. Oh no, was my cure poison too late? Yes, I'm afraid Luna is dead. Mario, I'm sorry. But Mario, the tales say the Lich's artifact controls life and death. If we can get the artifact, this might not be goodbye. Luna is gone. There's no power that can reverse death. Please, give me a moment. I will now lay to rest my beloved companion. After a moment, the rogue steps close and sets down the jade carving of a wolf. Hey, this was in that mimic's treasure chest. I thought if you want, Luna could have it. Thank you, Vane. Okay, so it is Vane. Whatever. Vane. Cure poison. Apparently it's a cure poison. Cure poison. Oh, and Spider's Cavern. I guess I'll Spider's Cavern over here. Okay. Lily. Fireball, whatever that thing was now. No, you'll burn Luna. Oh dear, I can't see it all. I'll just light. The light from the major staff glints in the many eyes of the huge spider overhead and illuminates the world that hangs limply from its claws. A heartbeat later, Meryl draws her bow and sinks an arrow into the spider's head, dropping it to the ground. Oh no, is Luna okay? The spider moves so fast. That thing is creepy. Probably poisonous too. Oh dear. Quick, Meryl. I'll try cure poison. Right, I have to remember, when they cast a spell there, it's like, final flash, big bang attack, kamehameha, they're like yelling it out. Anyway, they try, of course we know what happens, the dog is fucking dead. Who else was here? These guys? These guys were here. This is when Zeal was alive, I guess. Before they went to the trap shrine. The camera, what happened? Light! They keep using light. He lobs a glowing marble into the darkness of the cavern. It shatters in the flare of light and reveals a hulking spider huddled on top of the warrior, hitting her to the ground. It's funny, why I guess these monsters just respawn, by the way? Why do they keep respawning? Well, actually, I think, because they mentioned, like, an artifact, right? The Lich's artifact that can, like, supposedly bring back the dead. I guess that's why. That's why these monsters keep responding, I hate spiders. Kill him with a fireball, Ramek. I guess we know his name now. Ramek. I never cast fireball, kid. I prefer the targeted power of the divine light of the holy scribe to turn aside evildoers. Okay, wonderful. Do that then. Might. A searing ray of white light blasts the spider away from the warrior. He sits up with a shudder. Oh no, Kara, did it bite you? I have a potion. No, it's okay. It didn't get its horrible man nose into me. Ugh. Deep breaths, everyone. We're fine. He never casts fireball, kid. Does he never pass fireball? He casts his quake though, not fireball. Alright, well, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot. The freaking dog is dead, so I should mention that. Killed by a spider. I mean, not just a spider, like a big spider, but in the spider's cavern. And I guess because of the nature of the game, I guess you could just like brute force it, I guess, just try all the different combinations. That's no fun though. Okay, anything else in Spider Cavern? Oh, apparently there's these two. I guess the princess. What happened to the princess? My lady, please cast light as we enter. As you wish, Ren. Light! The spell chases all the shadows deep into the crevices into the stone, leaving the cavern empty and still. Look at this stone. It says Luna. I wonder what that means. Oh, and this precious little jade carving. I wonder how that got down here. I expect something like this in a treasure room, not just sitting in a cave. Odd. Okay. So that implies, okay, I was thinking, yeah, that implies that these adventurers, the rogues party, actually came before the princess. So they were here before. Apparently the spider is already dead. Interesting. Wait, how's that work then? Then when did the spider respawn, I'm not sure. Anyway, so we know everything about the spider cavern. So what about the treasure room? Apparently all the adventurers were in the treasure room. Let's go in chronological order, I guess. What about this rogue? Were they in the treasure room? I guess they were. So much for Vane's famous agility. The smoke from Lily's fireball was in my eyes when the kobold came at me, okay? Oh, Vane, just hold still. Heal. Heal. Hey, Mario, what's Luna got there? I think something sinister is hiding in this chest. A mimic, perhaps. Ooh, I've always wanted to see if I could steal treasure from a mimic, without getting my arm bitten off, hopefully. Please be careful. After I just healed you... Okay, I guess it is a mimic. I guess that's how they got the little statue, though. Right? I think Vane mentioned how, like, oh, I got this statue from the mimic, you know, and everything. Okay. Well, let's see what happened to these guys. These guys are all here. Deep breaths and hold still. Now heal. I love that tingly feeling. Thanks, Ramek. You know, I have potions that heal injuries too. I've got all kinds. Save your potions for emergencies, kid. Ramek keeps saying kid. I guess, I mean, for one, Zilla, I guess, is like a lot younger, and I guess Ramek is a lot older, maybe, I don't know. The small room is packed full of dusty containers. The artificers pause through them, keeping an eye out for anything that hasn't been picked off long ago. Signs of movement. I suspect this chest is actually a mimic. It might be guarding some treasure. Let's see. Did you hear what I just said about saving your... But artificers already powdered a bottle shimmering with crystalline blue and decanted it over the chest. Freeze! Kara, can you kick it right there? At her forceful kick, the ice-covered chest springs open, showing the fangs and frozen tongue of the monster hidden inside. I don't see any treasure. Oh, I suppose someone else got here first. Okay, so we know the rogue took the treasure already. What about the princess? Oh, Ren, it's fine. You don't need to bandage it. I can just cast heal. See? Very well, my lady. As the blue glow heal fades away along with the princess's injury, she lets out a breath. Perhaps we should turn back after all. I don't want to make father worry. Have courage, my lady. Your fate lies ahead. Yes, you're right. The heroes of Tales wouldn't give up. Interesting. Interesting that Ren would encourage her to keep going, actually. I thought Ren wanted to protect her, but she wants her to keep going? She offers the ranger a smile. The ranger nods her head in acknowledgement, her face shadowed by her hood. Now, I wonder if there's anything useful in these chests. I doubt that, my lady. These adventurers have likely taken anything of value. Yes, I'm sure you're right. Let's continue. Alright. Nothing new, really, I think, as far as I can tell. Alright, well that's all just to learn about heal then. They use heal in the treasure room, but where else do they use healing? I guess maybe... I recognize those faces, so... but we don't know the place. Here, no. We kind of see a little bit of him. I think he's dying or dead, I don't know. But that's not enough, we need to know the place. I don't recognize the place. Is that mushrooms? Maybe a lake? No? Not here. Not here. I mean, definitely not here. Trap shrine, maybe? Ooh, interesting. Wait, there's something over here. Oh, these statues are very striking. The ranger seizes the princess's arm and pulls her back. Just as a marble statue springs to life and brings a sword down with deadly finality. Oh, striking indeed. Follow me, my lady, and step only when I step. The rangers' soft footfalls lead them across the room, dodging the spots guarded by statues or hiding spikes or pits. You're good at this. Have you been here before? ... Suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Very suspicious. Sus. Anyway. Oh, I can't. Okay. I'm trying to exit that. Okay. You know, we do know Ren apparently has lived for a long time, so I guess that implies that we're here before. And you know, not to be like a little, racist, you know, but like the skin color is the same, the eyes look the same. So like, is Ren simply the druid in that case? Is like what's her name, Mario? I guess Mario and Ren are the same person, maybe. And didn't we see that like scene where the princess was like, "Oh, you lied to me" or whatever? So maybe they're the same person. I don't know. Maybe. They look very similar. So anyway, Wait, you've been in the dungeon before, Ren? You never told me. Why is it a secret? The ranger's gaze snaps back to the princess. At the same moment, an arrow shoots from the mouth of a snake statue and slams into the ranger's side before she can dodge. Now is not the time for revelations, my lady. Ren, oh, you're bleeding. Let me heal. I'm gonna heal. I can't heal. Okay. Interesting. Well, that makes me think, well, there has to be a scene here, right? So, because they've been here before. Come on, slowpokes. This isn't that hard. Show off. Forget for being careful in a room full of deadly traps. I wonder what the statue of the sphere does. Let's see. Looks like a nice little ball of lightning. I'll just dodge that. This is a dungeon, not a game. Don't get carried away, or someone will. Entangle! Vines burst on the ground and wrap around the sword that's about to slice in the rogue's head. Someone will get hurt. The flat tone of the druid's voice makes the rogue look back, and his smirk fades. Sorry, Mariel. Okay. Interesting. Alright. So we know that happened. Oh, that just happened. We already saw this. Ironic, by the way, that the rogue appears here. Fireball. Anything a fireball? No, we've been there before. Sword in the Sun. Been there already. Imbue. Only one thing there. Angle. A lot of scenes are there, but we already saw them. Protect. Again, I'm thinking like Ren and Mario are probably the same person, and they probably have the same spells. You know, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, I mean, obviously, besides from the fact that the faces look basically the same, the fact that they use the same spells as well, you kind of like pieces. You know, it's another clue, a contextual clue that they're the same person because they use the same spells. Anyway, you mentioned trouble, Lily? A giant fish with razor-sharp fins and a needle-toothed mouth makes a powerful leap towards the flying party. It barely misses them before plunging back into the water. I need to concentrate on fly or we'll fall. I guess they're just levitating. Let me get out my sword. No, don't let go of my hand. Stay calm, everyone. Protect. A green glow radiates out from the druid's hand and envelops the group. Just in time to block the monstrous fish as it leaps at them. They all let out a breath. Hey, nice one, Mariel. Protect. They can do that, I guess. When I think of protect, I think of Pokemon. Wasn't it like a Pokemon move that's like protect? Gives you 2 stages of physical defense or something like that? Was it Pokemon? Or was it Final Fantasy Tactics? I think Final Fantasy Tactics also had like a protect spell, some kind of tactics game. Not sure. Anyway, It's interesting. So let's learn about fly in that case. And also use fly. I mean, they used it here, I guess. The only time they used it. The lake laps lightly at the mossy stone landing the party is standing on, then stretches out in a vast sparkling expanse. On the far shore, a passageway leads deeper into the dungeon. Look at the deep blue, it's beautiful. It is. It's also very big. What do you have for us, Lily? The easiest will be... Yes, oh, I think I need my amulet for this one. Serve me now, arcane amulet. Lily has the arcane amulet? It was passed down to the princess. That's interesting. That makes me think that she's the princess's mother, you know? And also, wait a minute. Who does she marry? Because that makes her the queen. Who was the king? We know the rogue is dead, so like... And then we know about Ren, so like... I mean, unless there's an off-screen character, that makes me think that Caspian is the king, you know? I don't know. He's the only other eligible bachelor. At least in this party, anyway. Alright, so the party starts to soar... the party starts to soar over the lake. An eerie glow shines from the shifting water below. Actually, no, I think I skipped I think I skipped a little bit. Rather, yeah, serve me now, arcane amulet. The silver amulet around her neck sends out power in a bolt of light, surging into the mage until her eyes glow purple. Everyone hold hands, and now, fly! The party starts to soar over the lake, and then the airy glow shines from the shifting water below. Please stay focused, Lils. We're depending on you. Scared, Cass? Just make sure to protect me if there's any trouble, or we're all going down. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Did we learn anything new, though? I feel like we didn't really learn anything new. Well, I don't know. Poison. Ooh, I guess I recognize Kara, so... Here, apparently. Oh, the mushroom place, apparently. But she's the only one here. No. He's gonna solo this, I guess. The warrior paces between the gargantuan mushrooms that fill the narrow cavern, the fists at her side. Idiot. What made him think Quake was a good idea? I'm not supposed to be the brains of the party here. Not that there's a party anymore. Damn it. She aims a vicious kick at the mushroom, which wobbles trailing back and forth, dropping a thick drift of glowing spores. Achoo! Oops, I hope that wasn't poisonous. I feel... Uh-oh. Okay, think, Kara. Zil was always talking about having a potion for everything, right? The artificer's belt of vials is stuffed into her bag. She pulls it out and peers at the labels. Aha! Cure poison! Okay, I think that's working. Whew. Thanks, kid. Okay. Interesting. What happened to... this guy, though? You know? Do I recognize any of it? Some kind of cavern over here. But not the mushroom cavern, though. Some other cavern, I guess. Because I fell down. Not the spider cavern, because they already been to the spider cavern, right? Yeah. I don't know. Alright. So, the mushroom place, though, I kind of recognize it. Well, I guess, you know, once you know a place, you can just, like, guess. You can just choose whoever. Because it'll be any of these people, you know? Let's check, you, right? Because yeah, I remember you were dying. You were fucking dying. Because I guess it's, like, right after they, again, they, I don't know, for some reason, history repeats, I guess, but, like, they used Quake in the dragon room, and then everyone fell down, and I guess 2 people fell down into the mushroom place. The druid, panting, lets the rogue fall to the ground under the glow of the giant mushroom. His head is bloody from being battered by rocks and he doesn't move. No, heal! The blue glow of power floats over the rogue's body, doing nothing. He's already gone. The Orb of Eternity. If it truly has such power, then maybe it's worth whatever costs will be. Or maybe it's worth whatever the costs will be. I kind of ruined the moment. But anyway, I ruined the line. It's supposed to be, like, very ominous. Okay, so he's fucking dead. He never got the lay to rest, though, so, like, he turned into a revenant, I guess. But we know he's fucking dead. I can't believe, Vayne is fucking dead. By... a cave-in? Not necessarily, like... that bloody from being battered by the rocks. I mean, where's Bloodhead trauma, you know? But I guess he's dead in the sense that he's dead in, like, did he die in the dragon room, or did he die here? Because, like, the corpse fell down here, right? Okay, yeah, it counts. Like, his corpse ended up here, but, like, really he died from the rocks falling in, you know, from earlier. Alright. Orb of Eternity, though. Hold on, before I go to the Orb of Eternity, let's check out if these two are here. The princess and the ranger stumble into the glowing cavern along the blast of hot air from the dragon's lair. The ranger leaves a trail of blood with each step. My lady, please, continue without me. Don't be silly, Ren, you'll be fine. Heal! The gentle blue pulse of the spell is almost invisible in the glow of the giant mushroom. It knits together the ranger's smaller wounds, but the gashes left by the dragon's teeth refuse to close. The ranger's face is pale and she breathes and gasps. I don't know if I'm powerful enough to do this. If Mother were here... You must continue. Come with me. The Lich's artifact controls life and death, right? It can save you. No. No power can reverse death. Not even the Orb of Eternity. But that's why we're here. My mother. Your fate is to save the world. You must continue onwards. She takes a rattling breath, closing her eyes. It's been an honor, my lady. Bleh, dead. Okay, well, I can't believe Ren is fucking dead. By a dragon. And then, well, she ends up in the mushroom forest though, so yeah. Even though it's kind of like you have to figure out like legally, you know, who was the cause of death, I guess, you know, the dragon, technically. But we know Druid and Ranger, right? That must mean that Druid escaped. And she became... It's funny, it changed it. Became... Well, I don't know. She must have escaped, right? But like, there's not really an option to be like, she became the Ranger, you know? I don't know, actually. We don't know the final fate of the Druid, technically. Well, we do, as in the Ranger's dead, but like, what happened before? I don't know. Let me go back to the Dragon's Lair. What was the Dragon's Lair? Did we see everything in the Dragon's Lair? I guess so. Because, yeah, they tried to fight the dragon, she cast Protect. What was it? Like, they cast Protect. I guess they eventually escaped. I don't know how they escaped. They didn't use Quake this time, but like, they escaped somehow, but they ended up in the Mushroom Forest. Alright, well, I don't know. Anyway, Dragon's Lair. So there's this one too. Wait, there's another one here. Wait. So we know... Okay, so this is after they use Quake. But we don't know what happened there. That makes me think though, I recognize the rocks. So if the rocks are that, so that must mean it's the Dragon's Lair. So wait, I swear I saw like a thing involving rocks before somewhere else. Pure Poison, Wake, Lay to Rest, Light, Smite. Was it? Mushroom? No. Ah, here, right, okay. Oh, I mean, this is the one I was looking for, actually. I guess he used Smite one more time. By the way, the Paladin just spam Smite. I guess that is realistic in that sense. The entire cavern shudders in the aftermath of Quake. The cracks that were already in the ceiling split like fault lines, bringing down boulder-sized chunks of rocks. The dragon shrieks. Praise the divine scribe! The beast is trapped! And so am I. Kara, are you alright? Mick, I can't get to you. You go on ahead, Kara. He's trapped with the wild-eyed dragon. As the cracks overhead spread the grinding inches, water starts to trickle through. The drops hiss against the dragon's red-hot scales and lunges frantically at the paladin. Deep breaths, Bramik. You are given the chance to end the dragon. In the name of the divine scribe, let it be written that Bramik did his best to destroy evil. Smite! The sizzling bolt burns through the dragon's battered scales. It spasms, lurching towards him, and its fangs sink into him. They've both fallen still by the time a fresh cascade of rocks buries them. That's an epic final stand. But I guess Bramik is fucking dead. You know, went out like a Giga Chad. Classic killed by a dragon. Apparently, you know, after this though, I guess. Actually, I don't know, because these adventures, the 3 adventures, they are the most recent adventures. So I guess this time the dragon is dead. You know, because all the other adventures also fought the dragons, and the dragons didn't really die. But I guess this time they actually did die. Well, seemingly, unless they respawn. I don't know. Seemingly the spider also died at some point, but they came back. I don't know. All right. So we know what happened to him. Okay, yeah, it was this scene. I was looking for like this scene in particular, and I guess it was that. It's funny though, because these adventures also use Quake, but they didn't end up in this situation though. They just kind of fell down somewhere. Alright. Let's see, anything else? So we saw these. Yeah, we saw that too. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. I feel like we've seen all the locations, at least that we have so far. Oh, technically I didn't see this one. Oops. Okay, this is when they first entered the dungeon, technically. Ha! Bullseye! Stop throwing knives at trees and just be patient, Vane. Lily has to charge her amulet. Now, accept my offering, Arcane Amulet! She holds the amulet in both hands and sends magical power swirling into it. Beside her, the knight pauses polishing the sword of the sun to watch the glow build in the purple gem. Caspian just wants everyone to admire the fancy gift he got Lily. Mary and I are feeling left out, Cass. Oh, but it really is fantastic. It concentrates magic to up to 3 times its potency. It'd be great to have we can have to face a big obstacle. Like a lich, you mean? Exactly. The tales say the lich is powerful, but that means the artifact is guarding must be powerful too. If anyone can reach the bottom of the dungeon, defeat the lich, and capture the artifact, it's us, he says, foreshadowing their doom. Interesting. I didn't know what the amulet did, I guess, but I guess that's what it does. It powers up. It seems like they only do it once, though. I don't know. Alright. Let's see here. You know what? It's not 2 hours yet, but like... I kind of need to go to the washroom. I drank a lot of water, actually. So I'll probably just take a break here. Very interesting so far. I like it. This is like very interesting. I don't know. This is very fun to like investigate all the different scenes. Like you see how like all the scenes are like out of order, you know? So you kind of piece everything together from the clues. I don't know. It's fun. I like it. Not too hard either, you know? I think it's like relatively simple. You basically just like, you know, just check things. Like you just kind of like put things out like literal puzzle pieces. In fact, I think we already have almost everything. We just need to check the Orb of Eternity, actually. We're almost done, I think. I don't know. I need to go to the washroom. So, like, hold on. Let me just turn off the background music. And maybe play this in the background for a little bit. No, just have something different. But yeah. So, I am gonna go grab a snack, go to the washroom. I'll be right back after a few minutes. Then I'll continue playing the D&D version of the Return to Obra Dinn, essentially. BRB. Wowee! Alright. So much suspense. It's always like, I guess, strings, you know, violin strings. I don't know if it's violin, but like, I don't know. Whenever there's strings in the soundtrack, it's always suspenseful, you know, it's very so suspenseful. Anyway, boop, pause. I just ruined the suspense. Instead, I'll go back to this game and turn back to the music. Alright. Let's continue, though I think we were pretty much close to the end. As you can see in the UI, I feel like we got most of the little clues. The only thing left to do is to find the final location, and if I had to guess, I just need to use the Orb of Eternity. Because apparently that's the artifact that has power over life and death. Boop. Again, let's see what happens, I guess, chronologically. I imagine this person will be here. No? Actually, no. Nice, not there. What about you? No? Not there. What happened to these two? I don't know what happened to those two. What about you then? Okay, you're here. Interesting. Because this is where the Lich is. As it turns out, finally, the Lich's chamber. Oop. It's you. Where is Lily? What? Who are you? How do you know her name? She was someone I knew a long time ago. I believe Lily and Caspian fled back the way they came. Or, yeah, fled back the way we came, but please, you must help Vayne. Is that what happened, by the way? I actually don't remember what happened to them. The Lich keeps its glowing eyes fixed on the druid. It doesn't even look at the crumpled form of the rogue on the ground between them. First, I must give you a critical quest. In 2 years, Lily and Caspian will have a child. When that child is grown, bring her here. What? Why? It is her fate to save the world. How can I trust you? You wish me to bring this halfling back to life. Oh, he's a halfling? I know that. If you swear on your heart's blood that you will bring me Lily's daughter, I will do as you ask. Very well, I swear it. Then so be it. Orb of Eternity. The rogue sits up. His skin is grey under the blood and dirt on his face, and his warm brown eyes now shine pitch black. Run. No. No, what did you do? Fulfill your oath, my old friend. If you don't want this to be the fate of the entire world. Okay, well now it's not much of a contract, it's like a threat, I feel like. I don't know. So he did all this just to convince the druid to like wait, like I guess 2 years? They only waited 2 years, I guess. I guess that freaking Caspian guy became the king after only 2 years. What the heck? They just, you know, they got started on the child making like really quickly. I feel like, you know, only 2 years. Now I've been like buy a house, you know, like save some money in this economy. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird though. Like, I feel like why would the druid still do what the Lich says? But I guess it's a threat to be like, oh, you know, if you don't do this, I'm gonna turn everyone into relevance. Why didn't you just do that anyway? Can't click on the Lich, by the way. The Lich is not a character. I wonder who the Lich is. You know, I was like, wait a minute. How does the Lich know everything? Do they have scrying powers? Are we the Lich? No. Makes me wonder. Are there any more scenes with these guys? I guess not. So like... Okay. I'm trying to understand what exactly happened, but I guess they used Quake. Okay, so I thought everyone fell down when they fought the dragon, but I guess Caspian and Lily, they both ran away. And then when they went to the forest, I'm trying to like understand exactly what happened. Yeah, I got killed by the rock. You know what? in a way, isn't that Lily's fault? You know, in a way, didn't Lily murder the rogue at the end of the day? If anything, that I feel like maybe the druid will get will want to get revenge or something. I don't know, but so I guess Vayne, at some point, Vayne and Lily, they just, or not Vayne, Caspian rather, Caspian and Lily, they just kind of ran away, you know. But the rogue, or rather the druid, you know, was actually carrying the rogue. So okay, they didn't fall. I thought they fell or something. I don't know. For some reason, I thought they fell into a hole or something. I must have misread it. But they didn't fall into a hole. Rather, the druid carried the rogue's corpse, you know, or dying corpse anywhere, like he was dying, everything, and trying to like get through, you know, the dungeon. But like, and maybe they were separated at some point, right? They probably got separated at some point, and then you know the druid like tried to carry the rogue, but the rogue's already dead and everything, right? And then the druid decided to go meet the lich, I guess, on her own. Alright. Okay, let's go back to the Orb of Eternity. Let's see. Well, I feel like, I don't know, the princess meeting the Orb of Eternity, I feel like that's kind of like very close to the conclusion, but, well, let's see. I guess we'll just see what happens. I've been waiting for you, Felicity. The lich. And that must be the artifact, the one that can control death. This is the Orb of Eternity. It controls time. Death is just a function of time. And can it bring back those who are gone? Your mother wasted away from illness and has rested in the earth for a year. Would you really like to awaken what remains of her? No, I thought... She covers her face with her hands. The lich is perfectly still. Finally, the princess looks up again, wrapping one hand around the arcane amulet that rests her heart over her heart. The orb controls time. Then send me back. At least let me see her again, please. You wish to go back in time. Step closer and lay your hand upon the orb, then invoke its power. Very well. Orb of Eternity. A wave of darkness pulses from the orb, reaching for the princess. It makes no noise as it swallows her. There's only the echoing clang of her crown and sword falling to the ground. Felicity, this is our fate. Okay, well, now that I look at the images, you know, back to back, it's clear that the lich is Felicity, I guess. But Felicity gets sent back in time somehow? Not sure what that means exactly. But, well, Caspian definitely escaped and became the king, if I had to guess. And Lily escaped from and became... Well, technically she became queen and then dies of illness, but you know, I guess that's what happens. Not exactly what happened to Kara, though. Not yet, I guess. Yeah. If I had to guess, yeah, because it's by, you know, elementary, my dear Watson. You know, it's like deductive reasoning, right? It's like, because the lich said that Caspian and Lily will have a child in 2 years or whatever, and the child was the princess, and then, you know, and then she said to like bring her here, maybe, right? I think so. And so they have to be king and queen. Right, yeah, that's correct. What about Kara? Answer me if you want to keep your head, lich. Where's the princess? The princess is before you. The warrior shakes her head. In the dark and decrepit chamber, there's no sign of the young princess. Young princess? Spelling error! Typo! The whole game is now ruined. 0 out of 10. No, there's no sign of the young princess except for the royal family's sword of the sun resting against the throne. Stop lying. She entered the dungeon 3 days ago. She must still be alive. I entered the dungeon 3 days ago, but also 3 millennia. The Orb of Eternity has allowed me to guard this dungeon for all these centuries. What? Listen, my whole party died. I need to do this for them. I need to rescue the princess. Observe a glimpse of my past, if you don't believe me. Orb of Eternity. They always... Orb of Eternity! They always have to yell it out. I don't know, it makes my immersion a little bit A swirling pain of darkness forms between them. Through the pain of the warrior sees not the ancient lich, but the princess as she used to be, young and hopeful, and after a moment the illusion fades. You're her? But how? I wish to see the Orb of Eternity to see someone I lost, but I wasn't able to control its power. Oh yes, the classic like genie wish, you know, I wish to go back, but then they didn't specify how long to go back. It sent me far back in time, and I had to become a lich so I could survive to today. Or I had to become a lich so I could survive to today. You know, no, tongue twister. Every person misses someone who's gone. Every hero wishes to reverse death. That's a temptation of the Orb of Eternity. But over the centuries, I learned the truth. Deathlessness is a curse. Death is the gift that allows us to enjoy our brief lives. After all, a story without an end is no story at all. Yeah, fine. Death is good, orb is bad, I'll just destroy it. It can't be destroyed, and so long as it exists, mortals will be drawn to plunder the dungeon, seize it, and curse the world to deathlessness. It's my mission to prevent that, no matter the cost. Yeah, that sounds very noble of you, but if you've been here for all those years, haven't you already done enough? The king is waiting for you. Come back with me. I must protect the Orb of Eternity. Even if I could leave, the cavern above us has collapsed and flooded. There's no escape for either of us now. Interesting. Okay, well, I think we discovered everything, most likely. So, Meryl escaped from the dungeon. And became Ren. I didn't see that option before. Was it just me? I feel like I didn't see that option before. But yeah, became Ren, obviously. Felicity remains in the dungeon in the Lich's chamber after becoming a Lich. It's just a little Lich. We do a little liching, I guess. Well, not that kind of liching. That's a different liching. But you know, a Lich. Where she lives forever. You know, kind of reminds me of Tactics Ogre. Actually, Let Us Cling Together. In that game, there is a option to change one of your units. It's like an unlockable class. What was it? Tactics Ogre. Let Us Cling Together. Lich class. You know, you can change one of your class, or your units into a Lich, you know? That's like an option and everything. And like, well, I wanted to point out, like, because there's like gender differences, right? And what is this? What did I do? Like a freaking capture? I don't know. I'll just look at this image. Basically, there's gender differences, or like, if the character is a guy, he looks like a very classical Lich, or like a freaking Skeletor or whatever. So I can't load this apparently. I guess to take off the freaking ad blocker or something. I just want to look at the goddamn image. Just open image and new tab. There you go. All I want to do is this. Anyway, I remember that game. Like, yeah, the male character can turn into a typical like skeleton guy, but then if it's a woman, she has big boobs and is hot. So like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a downside to me, is all I'm saying. If you can just do that. I don't know. Unless the face is like... I guess the face is obscured intentionally, so maybe she does have like a skeleton face, but I don't know, man. She seems alright to me. That's what I'm imagining, you know? Like the princess achieved a Lich form, but like it's not that bad. You know? She still looks like a supermodel or something. You know, especially the magic, you know, how so much magic she learned over the years. You could probably do like a super like beautification spell or something, I don't know. Anyway, Kara remains in the dungeon in the Lich's chamber. There you go. We've learned everyone's fate. It's quite a journey. A lot of people died. But, you know, we learned what happened. Turns out it was a time loop thing, I guess. And she wanted to see like her mother, right? She's like, technically she wants to see her Lilith. She wanted to see Lily, but she didn't even see Lily. She didn't even get the one wish that she wanted in the first place, as it turns out. So I don't think she ever saw Lily, right? My Felicity living thousands of years as a lich. She paid such a great cost to protect the Orb of Eternity from those who would misuse it. Back when we were young adventurers, Lily and I wanted to save the world. We thought a powerful artifact could do that. But searching for the Lich's artifact only led to losing our friends. Now Felicity's the one truly saving the world. But unless there's a way to reach the bottom floor of the dungeon, I've lost her too. I would change the ending of this particular tale if I could, but at least we know now the heroic sacrifice she made. Thank you, Seer, for telling me Felicity's story. The end. Question mark? Question mark? Question? What do you mean question mark? What do you mean question mark? I don't know what that means. Is that like an actual, like, that's it? Or like, or is there something I can do still? You know, because I don't know. I don't actually know. There's nothing I can click on, alright? Orb of Eternity. I activate Orb of Eternity again. No. I guess that's it. Yeah, I don't know. Sequel bait? Maybe. I mean, that's how, you know, that's how it is, like when a movie ends, you know, it's like the end, question mark, you know? Again, I don't know if it's like they're just tricking you or something, but like, I guess that's it. I don't know, I guess that's it. It just ends there. Anything in the comments? Which? Yeah, they ran away. Secret ending scene? Wait a minute. See, I knew there was something else. Look, like Ocarin, what's his name? Ocarin's Tozzies. Ocarin's Tozzies! Exclamation mark 1 says, "There's a. I love the secret little ending scene." What's the secret little ending scene? What's the goddamn secret little ending scene? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you goddamn mean? You've seen all these scenes already, right? Oh, Orb of Eternity. Let me just double check all the things first. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe they just meant like here. You can't even go back to the castle. I have to like press back like this. I don't know if there's more, or am I just like paranoid, you know? Hint. I finally used a hint, by the way. Apparently it's that plus this? Wait a minute. Chotomate. What do you mean there's more? Is there more? It doesn't look like there's more. But apparently there is. Apparently there is. Okay. I feel like, yeah, there's no way I would have figured that out without the freaking hint thing, you know? Oh well. Basically cheated at the end, but oh well. But yeah, there's one more scene apparently. The King and the Lich. Father, I can't let anyone use the Orb of Eternity, even you. Oh, Felicity, that's not why I'm here. I just wanted to see you. It was horrible when the seer told me what happened to you. Since then, my soldiers have been working to clear a path through the collapsed dungeon. I'm glad Kara can escape. And I missed you, but this is too dangerous. The orb must stay hidden away, or more adventurers will perish trying to seize it. Let it stay here then. When we head back to the castle, we can seal the entrance to the dungeon and post guards there, and then you won't have to worry. I can't. My existence depends on the power of the orb. Leaving the dungeon will be the end of me. Felicity, don't worry. I won't let this be the end of you. I'm stronger and wiser now. When I first ventured into this dungeon, I have a whole kingdom supporting me. I'll do whatever it takes. If there's a way to destroy the orb and return you to yourself, I swear on my heart's blood that I will find it. Okay. Just a little hopeful ending, I guess. Now, is that it? Is there nothing else? No hints remain. Okay. That's it. That's all that's left. You know, I really thought the twist is that the seer was the princess this whole time. Like, we were the princess or something like that. That'd be kind of like a weird twist, but I guess not. I guess the seer, which is us, the player, was always just like a third party. Like, we're not involved in the story, as it turns out. Oh. But there you go. I guess now that's it. That's the story. Yeah. That was pretty cool. I liked it. I don't know what else to say, but like it really captures the spirit of the return of Obra Dinn, you know, and I guess similar games that I haven't played, but like, you know, I think what's interesting is that if this story was told in a linear fashion, like, I mean, let's just say like a visual novel, it wouldn't hit the same, I feel like, you know? I mean, it still has some cool concepts in there, but like, I think the fact the method of storytelling of like figuring things out is actually what made me invested, you know? Like, I don't know, it's interesting how like the way you tell a story is like affects like the engagement, I guess, the entertainment value of the story, right? Even if the content is the same, the way you tell it is what's interesting, especially because it's a bit non-linear, right? Because you can end up like going to different scenes in different orders. It's a little open-ended in that sense, even though the ending's the same, I guess, in the beginning. But you do try to figure it out yourself, and that part of it feels like, at least for the player, you know, it feels like they have agency in like figuring out the story itself, and that's what makes it interesting. Also, I mean, just like how I complain, you know, about visual novels that monologue for too long, this one is 99% dialogue. You know, it's like it's always like these characters talking to each other, and we never really see the scenes in between, but it's like heavily implied what happens in between those scenes. And that's what I like about it, as it turns out, you know, because it really reads like a what do you call it? I always forget what you call it. Like a TV script, you know? Is it called manuscript? I don't think I keep forgetting what it's called. A screenplay, right? A screenplay. It reads like a screenplay. You know how like actors, they read from a script, and they read from that script, you know, to give context to the scene of the show or the movie or whatever it is. I like that kind of storytelling on top of the whole like mechanic of the game, you know? I think that combination is what makes me like very invested. Because if this game was like a lot of monologuing, a lot of like paragraphs upon paragraphs of like narration, I wouldn't like it as much, right? Because again, that's exactly what I complain about when I play a lot of like indie visual novels. They tend to be a little bit too wordy, a little bit too more like a book, essentially, right? Like much like a, you know, it's just a character just thinking all the whole time for like 5 hours. I don't love that. What I do like is being able to read between the lines, you know, and again, having a lot of dialogue. I like dialogue. Again, it's very biased because it's like, again, it's like, obviously it's because I prefer like manga, you know, and like I prefer like things where like there is like action in a scene, and not necessarily like fighting action, because, you know, I think action, you think like fighting, but not always fighting, just like in general, like people doing things, you know, doing something, they're moving towards something, right? They're solving something, or like getting past an obstacle, you know, that kind of thing, that kind of story writing. Instead of like spending like 10 pages describing like the castle walls, you know, and how like the history of the castle, you know, spans across 1,000,000 years, you know, when was the Great War of 1952? I don't know, I'm just making that up. And not in 1952, like, no, like 1652 or something. You know, like it goes like through like a bunch of lore and all that, and it's like, I don't mind lore, but like only when it's in bite-sized pieces, and like when I get to discover them instead of just me being told it, I guess, if that makes sense. And again, that's the biggest thing. I think what makes this work, and I don't know what kind of genre you call this necessarily, but like the fact that, again, like you feel like you're going through the story in a non-linear way is what makes it interesting. you know? And the fact that, again, like, it all like comes together, and like, even though you see it out of order, you know, like, you have to use your head, your brain a little bit to be like, oh, okay, this is what happened, you know, and then these characters came from that time period, and, you know, these ones came here. It's like, oh, you know, I don't know, it's fun. Even though I feel like looking back, the story is not that complicated. It's pretty simple overall, I guess. It's 3 parties go to a dungeon, and turns out, you know, princess turned into a lich, and then they create like a closed time loop, you know, basically. But I don't know. The fact that you do have to like find clues and figure that out, though, is what makes it fun. I don't know. Like, a lot of concepts in this is like very interesting, and I really like it, actually. I want to see more of this, you know, especially in this kind of style, I guess, you know, where it's like video gamey, right? I don't know. What else is there anything to say about this game? Gosh. I mean, it's a lot like, I think, did I read a comment here somewhere, or was it somewhere else? I think, I don't know if I read it somewhere, like a review somewhere or something like that, but like it was a comment here or somewhere. But like, it feels a lot like diving into a rabbit hole, I guess, you know, of like a Wikipedia article, you know, like, let's say, I don't know, Obra Dinn, for example. Obra Dinn, I don't know how to spell it. Obra Dinn? Return to Obra Dinn. Oh, it's in the wrong language because I have a VPN. It's like this, you know, it's like, oh, it's a Wikipedia article, and then you click on, let's say, Lucas Pope, you know, and then, is that pronounced it, by the way? And then you're like, oh, okay, this guy made this, and then, oh, he made Papers, Please, oh, you click on that, oh, Papers, Please, you know, oh, that's connected to that, and then, oh, you know, and Empathy Game is an example of an empathy game, empathy games are this, oh, and then it's also related to Papers, Please, you know, it's like, you know, that kind of thing, where everything's kind of all linked together, kind of like a Wikipedia, you know, you end up in like a rabbit hole where you just read a bunch of things that are related to what you were looking for in the beginning, but you end up just like going through a whole journey, if that makes sense. I don't know if anyone else does that. I think that's a thing, actually. People do that. You just like click on a bunch of links on the Wikipedia article and just end up reading through a bunch of like random like facts related to what you were looking for in the beginning, but then you end up in a completely different place. And it's like, I don't know, it's fun. You done that with TV tropes. Yeah, TV tropes as well. Definitely TV tropes. Definitely TV tropes as well. You end up clicking on that. What I end up doing is I search up for like a show or something, and there's a bunch of tropes, and you look up that trope, and you're like, oh, how's that related to another show? You know, that kind of thing. Anyway, I don't know. It's a little bit like that, you know? Whatever you call that. I don't know, but that's the feeling, and I don't know, it's fun. It's fun how like they gamify that, you know? Anyway, I mean, I guess that's it. This is really good, actually. Short and sweet, but, you know, it was actually a really good game. It's like free. Apparently got updated 10 days ago? Oh, I didn't know that, actually. I think this was released like a while ago, though, right? I mean, at the very least, you know, last year, supposedly, but probably a little bit before that, I'm not sure. Initially, it was made for Ludum Dare, actually. Interesting. What did they update, actually? I don't know. They updated like 10 days ago, but they didn't have a log for it, so... I don't know. Anyway. It was fun. I liked it. This time, I'm not complaining about the writing and the story, right? Because I play so many... I play so many indie games, and like I feel like almost like half the time I just complain about the writing, you know, and the way the story is told. Like, this is an example, and again, maybe it's because I think it's a combination of two things. For one, I don't really play these kind of games very often, probably, but also like these type of games is not really a thing, you know. It's like rare, relatively uncommon anyway. This type of storytelling in the first place, right? It's not like a thing that people do usually to tell a story, right? So I don't know. I think it's a combination of those two things. So there's a bit of like novelty to it, I guess, you know. But you know, again, despite the fact that I complain a lot about typical writing in like a typical like story game, whatever, this one kind of knocks it out of the park. I feel like, you know, it's just very engaging. You know, it's like the way the story is told is like very interesting, and it makes you feel like you're actually discovering things. You know, I like it a lot. And of course, the little pixel art. You know, I have a soft spot for pixel art as well. I know, like a lot of people. I swear, like on the internet anyway, I see a very common complaint. It's like, oh, these indie games, they keep using pixel art. You know, like everybody use pixel art. It's a pixel art slop or whatever. But like, I to be honest, I like pixel art though. I'm like very nostalgic for it for some reason still. Like to me, pixel art looks better than your average typical like 3D game. You know, typical like 3D, you know, Unity Store asset game, whatever. Like that doesn't appeal to me as much as like just pixel art, you know. I like pixel art. I like looking at it. They're cute looking. I don't know. I like it. Even when, by the way, horrible things kind of happen in this game. It's not just a cutesy game. It looks kind of cutesy, but like people fucking die a whole bunch actually. You know, it's a little horrific, as it turns out. People get fucking killed in brutal ways. Actually, it's fucked up. But that's partially why I like it too, you know, because it tackles that kind of like idea that the dungeons is actually dangerous. You know, it's not like a walk in the park. It's not like World of Warcraft. You know, it's freaking like real medieval fantasy where you get fucking stabbed by a goblin and you bleed to death. I don't know. Anyway, gosh, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else to say. It was a really good game. Yeah, very good. Yeah. Now what? I don't know. I was thinking actually of going back to I just play some more music. I was thinking of actually going back to holiday compliance actually. I didn't want to like start with it because I feel like it's a little bit repetitive, so I don't know, I'm just gonna be too focused on playing the actual game and being like +1, -2, you know, that kind of thing. I didn't want to start with it, but I do want to actually get the other endings and see what they're like. The only problem is I don't really know what the other endings are like though. That's the only issue, you know? I'll keep the music for now. I want to change the music, but no, not. Let me, I guess, well, I guess I should change the title. I'm gonna move on to a different game now. So let's see. I probably will try to get the bootlicker ending, assuming there is such a thing. I don't know. So maybe the title will reflect that. Holiday compliance. I guess number 2. The title will be, let me lick that boot, sir. Thank you. That's the title. And then the timestamp will be 2:34. I can't see the timer. 45 or something. Holiday compliance. I guess I'll put that in square brackets. Getting other endings, maybe. Alright, yeah, I'll just change the title there. That should update it on YouTube and Twitch at the same time because I have a streamer bot that does it automatically. Wow. Hopefully, I think so. Alright. And you know what? This game doesn't have music, is the issue. I don't know if Obra Dinn music makes sense though. Does Obra Dinn music make sense? I guess I can play any music, it doesn't matter. I was thinking like, well, is there such thing as, because it's a Christmas themed game, is there like a Christmas copyright free, you know, I imagine you still get copyright claim anyway, but like copyright free playlists or something, you know? Christmas music, ambience maybe. Royalty free. Royalty free does not mean copyright free though, is the problem. Lo-fi Christmas mix. Lo-fi geek. Is it truly copyright free though? It says hashtag no copyright. Makes me wonder if there's any like, is it AI generated though? My songs can be used as background music for original and creative content such as gaming, vlogs, tutorials, etc. on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to monetize the video using my songs, contact my label to release the claim. Well, what are you talking about? It says no copyright, but then actually there is a copyright. You do get claimed. It's never just none of this is copyright free. No actual copyright free stuff. I'm gonna do this playlist, but I don't know if I can trust it, you know? Quiet and comfortable instrumental music, relaxing Christmas carol music. Is this copyright free? I guess I could just not play music. Because the game doesn't have music is the problem. Album information, copyrighted, do not re-upload. I don't know. You know what? I'll just loop this song. I'll just loop Obra Dinn, whatever. Even though it's kind of like doesn't fit the mood of the game. All right. So what I want to do, I don't want to continuing. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to figure it out just from looking at the game files. I don't know if I can look at the game files. What I want to know is how. I'll lower the music. How many endings are there actually? Is what I'm wondering, because I remember the last ending I got. Well, I got the good ending, but I also got the bad ending in parentheses 3, which implies there's like 3 more bad endings. But then on the store page it says there's only 4 endings, right? So that implies either there are 4 other endings that are not bad endings, or the bad endings include the total amount of endings, and there's only 3 other bad endings. I don't know, it makes me wonder, like, what exactly this means, you know? What does this mean exactly? Actually, it's kind of quiet now. I guess it's only loud for that part. I don't know. Let's check real quick. I think this game is made in Unity. So it's not very easy to like just look at the files. Just want to double check though. Quality compliance data. Is there some kind of like JSON file I could look at? I don't know. No, it doesn't look like it. I can probably extract some assets from the game, but that's not what I want. I don't want assets. I want to see the actual code. It's what I want to see, but I don't think there's an easy way to see that. That's kind of the point of like not having your data, your game, you know, easily like reverse engineer that easily, you know, because someone can just steal your game like that. I don't know. I guess I'll just figure this out the old-fashioned way, just playing the game. All right. So I'm thinking there's probably like at least 2 endings that I can probably find out. Like there's an ending most likely if you just suck at your job, you know. Again, the game, the volume's kind of loud on the. I just wanted to be like kind of quiet, you know, not too loud. Even though maybe it's loud on my end. All right. Now it's too quiet. I can't hear anything. All right. All right. So holiday compliance again. It's like a Papers, Please game. I already got a few endings, or a couple endings really, and I just want to see what the other endings are like. I'm just trying to think. It's probably ending where you just screw up a whole bunch, right? And funnily enough, like I have to figure out what I'm supposed to do and do the opposite. So like, I don't know. I could be cold. Meh. Okay, and fucking Ashley Graves comes out and says you suck. Should we say? Yeah, no more pace. You know, it's funny because I literally just did it right away and still got called for being low. I don't get fired. Sure. Okay, so again, what I'm trying to do is just try to get as many wrong things as I can get and see if I can get like a bad ending as fast as I can, like speed run a bad ending. And then maybe later on, I'll do the perfect run where I like try to just do everything correctly and like just never listen to what's her face ever again, like Tinsel. Let's see. Now the music is too low again. I don't know. I always feel like the music's never right. Never at the right volume. Alright, okay. 1 minus 2. Nice. Actually, to be honest, let me count that again. +1, -2, +1 overall, plus -3. Nice. So they deserve a toy, but I'll give them coal instead. What if I just give everyone coal? Does that do anything? What if I just want to murder all the children? You know. And by the way, in the context of the game, when the children get too many coal, and we don't learn this no later, but when the children get too much coal, they get eliminated by Santa. You know. So like, if I try to give everyone coal, I wonder what that means. -1 +3 cancels out. So that's naughty. Okay, they're naughty apparently. I think overall. Try again. +1, 3, -1. Yeah, they're naughty. In which case, I'll give it a toy instead. I will do the wrong thing again. I will just keep doing the wrong things and make as many mistakes as I can. I just want to see what happens, because yeah, because I want to see what happens when you just fuck up a lot, like right from the beginning. Just so we can get an early bad ending and see what happens then, and then see like, I don't know, like what other variation of bad? Because I'm thinking like if you don't fuck up until a lot later, then maybe you get a different bad ending. Maybe it's what it is. I'm not sure. I just want to see. Anyway. Hey, are you an idiot or what? How can you be so bad at determining whether kids deserve coal or not? It's just a damn document. This is worrying. You're gonna have a hard time in the future when you have to review 5 documents at once. You should quit. This job isn't for you. It's not my fault. I know the rules and all, but I'm not sure I understand them. Can't you read or what? It's in the rule book. Since it looks like you only have 3 neurons, I'll explain it again. You have a scanner, right? You need to press the magnifying glass button. That'll let you inspect parts of the document text. When you check the report document, when you scan an action, it'll show whether it's a nice or naughty and a score. You have to add up the scores of the actions to get the final score. Obviously, if it's naughty, you'll have a negative score. Tinsel, I don't know how to do math. I'm 10 years old. How do I... Then you subtract the naughty score and add the nice score. You know how to add and subtract, right? What if I don't, though? What if I never went to school? You know, what if I was homeschooled and never taught math? Can you stop talking to me in that tone? It feels like you think I'm a hopeless idiot. You don't feel it. I actually do think that. Anyway, if the final score is naughty, you give them coal. If it's nice, you give them a toy and a gift. The bags are down there. Okay, I get it, but what's this about exceptions? That's very important, so pay attention. When you find exception in a report action, you have to fill out a behavior adjustment form. You know, it's funny, like she's giving us the tutorial instead, you know, because you're doing so badly. You have to put it in the filing cabinet at the bottom. You know how to pull a drawer, right? Are you too stupid? Okay, you can stop insulting me now. The behavior score of that exception will be reset to 0. 0, do you understand? So you won't have to count that for action in the final score anymore. If you don't submit it, and there is an exception, you'll get a warning, understood? Yes, ma'am. Don't call me that, it gives me chills. I'll call you by your name. Don't get smart with me. You said you'll call me apathetic. That was a joke. Anyway, pay attention. If Santa checks and something's wrong, he'll notice who did it. Santa check this. Okay, that's it. I think we saw this already. Just do it right. Anyway, let's do some more wrong things. Naughty, -3, -5, -7. Okay, this is naughty, naughty. Have a toy instead. As the really like suspenseful music plays in the background. -4, They get coal, but like, I will give them toy instead. Haha. Hee hee. Well, you didn't get 5 for now. Okay. It was hard! Okay, well. I don't know, I'm just trying to get as many, like, citations as possible. It's technically not called citations, it's called, like, admonition? I can never say that. It feels weird to say that word. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Citation feels better to me. Okay, let's keep doing things wrong. Let's see. Naughty. So you get a toy instead. You see, I am the anti-Santa. I'm Krampus. I just give the opposite thing. If you do bad things, you get a toy. If you do good things, you get coal. That's how that works. It's opposite day here in the Santa's workshop. You get coal. Fool. That's what you get. Actually, what is this? Like, there's a combination. 2, 5, 1, 4, 2 again, and then neutral. So they technically supposed to get a toy. I'll get the coal instead. Huh. You're just as unbearable as yesterday. Why? What do you mean, why? 3 warnings just today? Please. You need to take this more seriously or you'll get me in trouble. I don't see you taking it seriously. I take it just enough. What does that mean? It means I do my job, get paid, and I don't think too hard. Think too hard, blah blah blah. Okay, same thing. Same thing as before. Okay, same dialogue, by the way. No change in dialogue. Well, there is a small change, but, you know, not too significant. 7 minus 5 is 2. Minus 2. 1. Plus 1 is 3. Neutral. Cool. I think it's believe a behavioral thing as well, I think. I don't know. It's funny, like, trying to mess up still requires you counting, you know? Even when you try to mess up, like, I'm trying to mess up intentionally, is the thing. So minus 4, plus 2, so minus 2, minus 3. 3 is just neutral, so it's a toy, but I'll give coal instead. Get wrecked, Enos Thomas. You know, apparently she said that it could be up to 5 documents later. You know, do we ever get 5 documents? I mean, we get the behavior report, and we get the profile, and then we get the letter. That's like really 3. Unless you count the things here. I guess that's 5 in total. If you include the forms, I guess. I don't know. -1, or -5, and then -2, and then negative. You get a toy, idiot. Get wrecked, because even though you're naughty, you get a toy. Only the evil children get toys in my job. Good morning. You must be the new one, right? Yes, sir. I'm just an inspector. I still have a lot to learn. I see. Let's follow instructions. For you. Put a log. Don't have to come to me right away. I'll introduce a document tomorrow. Okay. It's funny though. I'm doing horrible though. They even checked the fact that I'm doing horrible. -4, -1, I guess, and then 0. Get coal, idiot. You know what? You get coal, and 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 you get coal. -1, -2, 0. Nice. Well, what? You get coal anyway. Too bad, Alexander Clark. You're too good for your own good. I guess you're too good for your own good. No. You liked the inspector, didn't you? Or didn't you? Same dialogue. I wonder, because I'm getting as many citations as humanly possible. What does the inspector say at this point? You know, because he checks your work eventually, right? Leave you to it. I'm doing horrible though. I'm doing as bad as I can. It's 2 minus 1. 4. 9, I guess. Too bad you get coal anyway. Oh, you get coal. I don't care. I'm doing the most horrible job ever. 1, 0. Oh. You refuse to share crayons during a class activity. You deserve coal. -3, -4, -1, +2, I guess. Oh, and then negative. So actually, they actually deserve. Well, they deserve a coal. I'll give them a toy instead. You know? Screw you. Screw you, Santa. You're wrong. I make my own rules. 2, -3, -5, plus -3, oh, and then -7, and then oh, -3 again, and then -1. -1. Oh yeah, this is the moral choice, whether to give them a toy or not. I guess. Let's give them a toy anyway. Because I just want citations. I don't actually care about the morality, I just want to get more citations. You gave that kid a toy? No, I didn't. No, why would you think that? Okay, I saw you do it. Why'd you do it? Okay. Okay, 5 minus 4, 1, -2, -5, -1. Okay, I'll give you a toy anyway. Giovanni, what's his name? Giorno Giovanni, have a dream. And then the music plays. And then he does his freaking JoJo stand thing. Was it Golden Wind? Golden Wind. 8, 10, 8, 6, 3. Okay, it's neutral at the end of the day. Give him coal anyway, haha. Naughty, nice, naughty. Too bad, I called. What if I scan this? That doesn't do anything, right? That doesn't do anything. Scan. Okay, and she takes it from you. You don't have a choice. I think she just takes it from you anyway. -5, 0, 3, -1, 0. Technically, you're supposed to get a toy. I give him coal anyway. I'm getting as many citations as I can. Day's over. She's leaving. Yeah, okay, most of the days are the same. I was hoping to get fired like early on. I guess you don't really meet a threshold until a certain time. +2, 0, 1, -3, 0, -1. He's supposed to get a coal, so I'll give him a toy car instead. Last year you gave my cousin a bike and you gave me socks. Explain yourself. Because because you deserve the socks. You don't deserve anything else but socks. It's 1, 5, it's 5, 9, and then 6, and then 8. Coal. You get coal instead. You know, I'm surprised how bad I'm doing. I'm still like here. Like it takes a while for the bureaucracy to fire me, I feel like. I'm like quiet quitting, you know? What's it called? It's not quiet quitting. Quiet quitting is you do the bare minimum. You know, like intentionally trying to sabotage your own job. -7, -12, -11. It's negative, basically. Let's give them a gift instead. Good job poisoning a neighborhood pet, I guess. I'll give you a toy. Good to see you. Glad you're still here. Why? Oh, not everyone lasts. Some can't handle the pressure. Hope you keep coming. They seem stable. That's good, is it? Santa appreciates stable people. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on working. I wanted to talk to you about your performance. You don't say. 21 warnings! Literally as many warnings as I can muster, bro. That's a lot. You need to step it up. I suppose it's not that bad. Is it still not? I literally fail at every chance I can get. And it's not that bad? Ah, one more thing. It seems like something I'm missing. Okay, well. Okay, so I think I see it. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, you don't get fired in the middle of a playthrough. It only really matters at the very end. And I think what it is... Okay, I think I get it now. It's like the way the game is programmed. Because I'm such a gamer, you know? Like, I play so many video games my entire life. I know how this works now. The good ending is if you have high trust with Tinsel and you have low citations, right? But then the bad ending that I got last time is you have high trust with Tinsel, but then high citations. So the only other variable I can control is whether or not you have high trust in Tinsel. So this time, if I have low trust in Tinsel and high citations, I'll get like a specific ending. And then later, I guess I'll have to redo another playthrough where I get low trust with Tinsel and then low citations. That's probably the bootlicker ending, you know, if I had to guess. Anyway, so this time, I guess I'll just snitch on her because I feel like if I say I don't know anything, the game will just keep going until the very end and then just get the same bad, same bad ending. I'll just say, I gave him Tinsel. I gave those suspicious documents to Tinsel. I think I remember something like that. Tinsel said there was an error and took them. I see. Thank you for telling me. You truly are a good boy. Good boy, that sounds weird. Is Tinsel in trouble? No, of course not. I'll just have a talk with her. With my gun. Don't make that face. You look better with a smile. I promise nothing bad will happen to you as long as you keep doing your job well. Yeah, I'm not doing my job well though. I'm trying to be as incompetent as I can, really. But I feel like at this point it doesn't matter. I feel like we have enough at this point because he said like, oh, that's a lot, you know? It's like, I feel like at this point, no matter what we do, we just get the bad ending anyway. Have some coal. They're freezing, you know, in the forest. We have to give them coal, you know, so they can burn it and warm up. It's the right thing to do. But I guess they don't get that again. They don't get that coal until Christmas, though. It doesn't matter. Hey Tinsel, why are you calling my name? The inspector talked to me about some missing files. Did you tell him anything? I'm sorry, I told the truth. Shit, you shouldn't have done that. I'm in trouble. I didn't think you'd done something that could get in trouble. Anyway, what did that letter say? Is something I should be worried about? You shouldn't have even seen it. To answer my question, it was a message. What did it say? It doesn't matter what it said. What matters is that it shouldn't exist. Don't ask, don't keep it, just give it to me. You don't have to submit for this. I mean, that's enough. You don't. Below everything, don't give that to the inspector. Okay, same dialogue, actually. I'm the only one who'd be able to understand you. He still says that. What do you mean? Three, 2, 1, 4. Oh, no, actually not. 2, 2, 1. They're supposed to get a toy, but too bad. I give them coal instead. killed father and mother with bare hands. You get a toy, my friend. Congratulations. Good job. And then she gets pissed off about that. You know, what if I just want to give all the kids toys, you know? Doesn't matter what they do. Again, I was gonna be like, what if the parents are evil, you know? Because that's what I was thinking the first time. I was like, wait a minute, what if the children are right and then the parents were evil? Don't exaggerate. It's just a gift. +1, 4, 2. Oh. Again, I'm consistently, you know, when they say like consistency is key, I'm trying to be as consistent as I can by doing the incorrect thing every single time. In a way, I'm putting in the same amount of work really just to do it wrong. You know? Wait, what's it like? Just 2, 0, 3, 0. A cat dead. You get coal. You don't get a Nintendo, you get coal. Hey kid, one more thing before we go. Sometimes I was so confused. Sometimes I really make me. I want to warn you. Tinsel, she's trouble. Profiles. Oh, he said, Tinsel, may I speak to you in private? Did he say that last time? I don't remember. I remember we did that last time. Naughty, 0, 2, 0, naughty. Oh yeah? You get a toy instead. Stupid. Too bad, you get a toy. You're back, yeah. What happened? Did the inspector say anything to you? Duh. Obviously he said something. He called me in to talk. Yeah, I know. I meant what he did. Did he say? Are you in trouble? No, he doesn't have enough evidence against me. And besides, I told you the inspector's a coward. He won't do anything unless it's strictly necessary. I get in trouble too? What are you talking about? You had nothing to do with it. Hey, remember what I told you. If you see a new letter like the one you should report, tell me. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get more involved in whatever it is that you're receiving. No, none of that. You have to give it to me. This is very important. Only I can understand you. Would you really let them catch me like that? At least I'd like to know what they're sending you. You said to yourself it's not worth getting more involved with. Listen to me. Nah, what if I don't know? A big assumption, you know, that I will help you just because you're a hot anime girl. You know, what if I don't want to? -5, -3. Wait, what? Wait. 5, 3. Oh, and then -7, I guess. And then even more naughty, okay. Oh, you got a toy instead. You have a controller. -5, 3, -1, -4, and -2, and then 2, so that's 0. So you're supposed to get a toy. Dear Santa Claus, this year I prepared a detailed list of toys I'm requesting. Please find it attached on the back. I also rank them by importance. I hope this makes your job easier. Respectfully, like, find it. Yeah, you get a coal instead. Yeah, it's funny how much I'm getting away with. 0, 3, 1. Supposed to get a toy, I'll give you coal instead. Yeah. How long is this going, Barbara? Did I loop it, by the way? You know, I just want to loop it. It's gonna take a while before I finish the Holiday Compliance game. Alright. Oh, apparently if I give this character coal, this kid coal, then they will fucking die. But what if I... Well, I don't know. Well... What I'm trying to do is get as many citations as possible. Do I bother worrying about whether I killed a kid, or do I want to bother if I'm doing the wrong thing? I just want to do the wrong thing. That's all that matters. Consistency is key, right? Again, the guide said like it's important to be consistent, more so than being right. So, it cancels out. 0, -3, -6, -3. Wait, what? Wait, -3, -5, -7. We get a toy instead. Because screw the system. I'll get every single one wrong. I don't care whether it's morally right or not. Okay. Oh, that's wrong. I don't know if this matters because I want it because it was it like, well, I actually didn't see it. Wait. She has that. That means automatically you need to give a coal, but I'll give a toy instead because I'm a maniac. I do things wrong precisely because they are wrong. 5, 2, 3, 0, 0. So it's supposed to get a toy, you get coal instead. I'm simply chaotic. I'm chaotic neutral or whatever, you know? I just do it just for the chaos. I don't care about morality. We have 3, 1, 3, -3, 0. Neutral. I couldn't help but cry when my mom killed herself. That's cool, bro. You know what? You get a toy. I was about to give you coal, but actually, because of the profile discrepancy, you're supposed to get coal, so I gave you toy instead. Not because your mom killed herself. It's just because I just want to be... I don't like... or rather, I want to get citations. That's the only real reason. I mean, this is nothing, I guess. Literally 0, so... You get coal. What are you reading? You may find a letter of nonsense message that is kind of dangerous, the end of censorship regime, yada yada yada. You give it to me, you don't have to do everything, you must have relied. You understand what I'm saying? Here, there you go. This is... You did the right thing. You don't need to worry about anything. She was already doomed. You don't have to blame yourself for what happens to her. You'll be safe. I'll make sure of it. Okay. -4. -6. -9. -4. Toy. The day is almost over. Yeah. Feels strange, doesn't it? Like the air is heavier. So, did the letter show up for me today? No, I didn't see anything. Your sweats. Tugs that collar. I see. What's wrong with you? Why you look so down? What kind of metaphor is that? Okay. A lot of things are happening. Hey, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you see in those papers. You're not a bad person. Well, why do you say that? Because if I say it, no one will. Okay, yada yada. Same dialogue. I just want you to know I'm grateful you're keeping my secret. Am I? Am I keeping her secret? I'm not doing that though. Tinsel? Oh, that was weird. I feel like this game, I feel glitchy, you know? It's like sometimes the characters move in and out, but they're not supposed to be even in the scene yet. Good morning, kid. And Tinsel? She's been reassigned. Reassigned where? That information is not relevant to your position. From today on, you will work alone. I think you're ready. It's more efficient and safer for you, for us. You did a great job. Santa appreciates obedient people. Remember that none of this is your fault. It's all hers. She brought this upon herself. Okay, so obviously this is the route where she's already been taken out of the picture. You know, she's already been executed by Santa. She's already being force-fed gingerbread cookies. And then choke on it, and then she dies. I don't know. What's 4, 7, 5, 2, 0. So you're supposed to get a toy, but I give you coal instead. Uh-huh. I was doing a horrible job, you know? Naughty, 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 naughty. Let's give you a toy. Tinsel. This is that sprite is still there. -2, 0. -2, +2, +1. -1. They're supposed to get coal here. I think. Get a toy instead. So dramatic, by the dramatic music in the background. 1, -1, or +1, and now it's -3, and then +1. I'm supposed to get a toy. I give you coal. I'm like getting the high score for as many high citations as I can. I don't know if that affects anything. It's like a perfect run, except the other way around. -1, -3, +2, +6, +1. I want a dragon. You know what's related to dragons? Fire. You know how to get fire? You burn this coal, I guess. And you can pretend to be a dragon. How about that? 6, 7, 3, 1, -1, and 2. Coal. You know, I haven't actually seen any, like, behavior adjustment forms that's needed for any of these. But then again, maybe I'm just not paying attention to it. No. Toy. Even though you're not supposed to, I'll give you a toy anyway. Where could Tinsel be? Well, Tinsel's fucking dead, so. 0, -1, -5. Toy. -4, -3, 0. Actually, oh no, I didn't read this. Oh. My perfect negative score. You know, my perfect score of like doing all the things wrong. That makes me want to quit, actually. Main menu. Continue. I'm gonna reset that day because I'm such a perfectionist of being wrong that I want to get the perfect score of doing it wrong is a thing. So that doesn't count. I want to redo the entire day just because I want to get a perfect score. And that's to say the perfect negative score. I want to get as many citations as I can. My entire desk is just a big giant stack of like penalties. That's what I want. If I don't get that, it doesn't count. 0 plus 1. -2. Okay, so... -3, 0, plus 3, 0. Ardenese. Is that a real nationality? I don't know. They don't know. Give you a toy. I keep forgetting the letter. No, the letter. 4, 7, 4 again, 0, -3, 0. Can I have a dog? If not a dog, can I have a toy dog? If not that, can I have a dog corpse? What? Thank you for anything. What do you mean? Why is there so much animal abuse in this game? Get a coal just for that. Six, 3, what? 7, 3, or 4, I think. Give you a call anyway. I don't need gifts, I need answers. 1, 4, 8, 12, 15. Oh, I'm supposed to get a toy, I feel like. Too bad, get cold. You get a toy. Not supposed to get a toy, but I'll give you a toy anyway. Where could Tinsel be? Where, oh, where can Tinsel be? You know, where, oh, where can, na 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 na. Na 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 na. You know, what's that song? What's that nursery rhyme? I don't know. -2 plus 1. Right, yeah. Then -3, and then 0. Cool. I'm trying to do the absolute worst job I can do. Very important. -4, -8, negative. Okay, it's all negative. That means you get a toy! Congratulations! You're so horrible, I'm giving you a toy. And teaching all the kids the wrong lessons. Just like, simply enabling a generation of psychopaths, I guess. -1, -5, -2, 2 is 0. Oh, but -1. Both get coal in that case. Give you a toy instead. Because you told Santa is a fatty, I guess. Or you know. You called Santa a fatty, rather. Are you finished already, boy? Why the long face? Don't tell me this is about her. It's my fault. What happened to Tinsel? Can you tell me? Follow me. The inspector takes you to a separate building, one that workers like you or Tinsel could never enter. You walk through eerily empty hallways and rooms, filled with a foul smell you can't quite identify. When the inspector opens a door, you see a figure hanging from shackles in the wall at the far end. Okay, this is very similar to the other bad ending, but this time we're not hanging on the shackles. Oh my god. Is she dead? Not yet, but she must be unconscious. Are you gonna kill her? This is my fault, I made her... You didn't do anything, boy. You have to listen to me. Obedience is the only way we can survive. Do you understand now? This is what happens when you follow an illusion. Who will kill her, you? Not me, God forbid. Santa enjoys dealing with traitors himself. Let's get back to work, before he arrives. Understand that there's nothing we can do about it. Remember, you made the smart choice. That's the only reason you're safe now and not hanging here like her. Our survival matters more than our identity. You take one last look at Tinsel's motionless body, saying goodbye to her in your mind. It's kind of fitting music, but like... I guess, yeah, it's... I don't know, it's fitting music. Because there's no music in the game otherwise. You know you'll never see her again. Just like the other end. Even in the good ending. In the good ending and the bad ending, no matter what, you just never see her again. You'll never be able to get her expressionless face out of your mind. Because it was all your fault. Bad ending 1. That's a bad ending 1, though. What's bad ending 2? You know, that's what I'm wondering. Well, I don't know, I guess we'll see. I think the only thing I feel like I should do now is try to do like a perfect run. So basically, like, don't trust Tinsel, you know, like, I assume you're supposed to, I don't know, do you rat her out again or you don't? I'm not sure, but like, you rat her out, but you do everything perfectly, and like, you don't care if you, you know, give a toy to a serial killer or you give a coal to like a nice kid. It doesn't matter what you do. If you just follow the rules as much as you can, maybe I'll get me a different ending. Let me see. I mean, let's go again, I guess. Those bad endings feel like they kind of end short though, right? Because there's always like day 7 and we never reach day 7, you know? I don't know. I feel like in order to reach day 7 though, you have to like not rat her out. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we'll get the same bad ending. Let's see. Okay, let's try to do everything perfectly now. Instead. -1, 4. What was it? 6, 3, 0. And again, it's annoying in this game. You don't have there's no checkpoints, you know. You can like quit the main menu, come back, but that only restarts the day. I wish there was checkpoints so I can like figure out what the different variables are. So I was wondering, like, I don't know. I feel like the variables are like whether or not you give the paper to her or not, and whether or not you I don't know. I guess we'll see. I care about doing a good job. I guess let's just do the bootlicker. The bootlicker run. Bootlicker run. Yeah, I don't know if it'll just end up in the same bad ending though, because I feel like if you give the paper to the guy, then he's just gonna go torture the Tinsel, I guess. I don't know if that's the same ending. Because it'd be annoying. If it was the same ending, then it'd be kind of annoying. Because then I did all the same. I basically did the same exact route, and none of the gameplay actually mattered. You know. Okay, nice. -1, 4, 8, 12. Right. -1, -3, -6. This is kind of, I don't remember, I remember like this action before, accidentally broke a neighbor's window and everything, but I remember like it not being counted, like it was wrong. I don't know. You still get cold though, I think. No citation, please. Okay. Okay. 3, 1, -1, and then 0, and then +2, and then +3, and then 0. Yeah, okay. Always have to check for exceptions, you know? That's the one that always gets me. Whenever there's exceptions in the actions. Okay, so this is an exception, I think. So 4, 5. So it's nice. You just have to give the exception form. It was easy. Super easy. Day 2. Donate all toys. +1, and then -3, and then -1, and then +3. So toy. -4 still, -8, -6, -3. This year, Charlie participated in helping neighbors. 8. Oh, this is all just nice. Charlie is a nice kid. You get a game controller without a console, by the way. You know, you don't get a game console though. Three, 8. -3, so -8. Back to -3, -6. But this one is a adjustment. Because they tripped. In that case, it's only -3. Oh wait, so 2. Still coal though. You're still getting coal because you beat animals for stress relief. It's kind of weird. How would you do that? 2, 5, 6, 2, 4. Next, you know. What was it in In papers, please. Or like, you know, it was like all muffled in the loudspeaker. It's just extra hours, you know? Don't worry about it. It's not being tortured and then murdered by Santa Claus. Don't worry about it. -5, -2. -3, -6, -8, -9. Oh, but then help you rescue a pet though. So like -5. Follow instructions, yada yada yada. Come on, I want to hurry up and lick that boot. I'm trying to lick this boot so hard right now. Yeah. Yada yada yada. Follow instructions. Blah blah blah. Okay. Gotta read the letters as well. Well, I don't really read the letters. I just click on the button and I see the numbers. You know, that's all that matters. It's just the numbers. +2, my -2, and then negative or +1 rather, and then 0, and then 0. I think they just get a toy because it's neutral. $5, 9, 13, 10. Toy. Well, even though they gave all their toys to charity, they get at least one more toy from Santa. Zero, 0, 0. That's just 0. It's all neutral. Have a controller. Oh yeah, this is the person that killed their parents again. Very, very naughty. Oh no, this is not the. Oh, this is not the serial killer. This is the person that their parents died or whatever. -3, -5, 3. I mean, I think it's like, it doesn't matter. They always are supposed to give them coal or whatever. Well, hold on. -3, -5, -3, -7, -3, -1. No, yeah, it's always coal. And no exceptions. No exceptions. You get coal. You get coal, dummy. And then Tinsel gets mad at you, probably. Hey, are you out of your mind? This kid just lost their parents. Dot. How could you give them coal? That's a new face, by the way. I never saw this face before. Classic anime face where the pupils get really small. They get scary. Hey, calm down. He had a negative score. It was a negative score of -1. Just 1 point. Follow the rules. Yeah, a lot of people do. Don't worry. Damn, bootlicker. You know, see? You gotta lick those boots. You gotta pull yourself by your bootstraps and then lick them. I don't know. Something like that. Naughty. -1, +1. 2, and then +2, and +1. Okay. How about that? Well, that's an exception, I think. So -3, -6, -4, -8. You know, even the behavior adjustment, it's still very negative, though. You still get cold. Oh yes, the secret message. 7, 4, 3, 0, 2. I don't know. I'm not sure how the ending routes work. I wonder if there's like a thing where, like, you don't give the paper away, or like you don't snitch on her, but then I don't know. I have to see. Because I'm thinking there's like a variation, right? Like technically maybe there's one where like you don't snitch on her, but you also don't really like trust her, I guess, you know? I wonder if that's like a specific ending as well. I'm not sure. Anyway. A screen. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Three, 4, so 7 before again, but then 7 again, and then 5, and then 0, and then neutral. I just want world peace. Even though they plan and carry out the severe injury of another individual, attempting to disguise the act as an accident. You know? I just want world peace. World peace. And also a drone. Mostly the drone, though. Oh, okay. Never mind. Wait. Was it? I already forgot. 7, 4, 1, 4, 7, 5, 0. Okay. It balances out at the end of the day. -3, -5, -2, -4, negative. Very negative. But this one's misleading. Played roughly and caused damage. 2, accidentally. What do you mean? This is like not a complete sentence. But I guess it's supposed to be because it has the word accident in it, so I guess I have to put accident here. So that one doesn't count, I guess. So in that case, it's just -3, -5, -2. It's still negative though. -5, -7, -5, -2, -6. Okay. But then you gotta put the behavior adjustment form again. It was an accident, I guess. -5, -7, -5, -2. It's still negative. Days and it's not performance. 49 wait, what? 40? I don't have 49 warnings. I have 0 warnings. What are you talking about? Hello? Did it like carry over the warnings that I had last time? I swear that's a glitch, isn't it? It was even in this development log, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. If you return to the menu, return to start a new session, the game could incorrectly keep the number of documents already processed from the previous run. But like... But that doesn't... Okay, let me try like quit and then reload. Because I swear, that didn't... What? Let me try that again. Maybe it'll like reset now, but like... If it doesn't reset, I guess I have to like... I don't know, begin a new game. Like, it counted the 49 warnings, which is funny, because that's as many like citations as I could possibly get last time. Why did it keep it though? That's... What? That's annoying. Hopefully this... I don't know. Hopefully by resetting, it doesn't do that now. By turning off the game and reloading, I don't know. Hopefully it... I remember actually, in the beginning, Tinsel said like you were doing well actually, you know, because you didn't make any mistakes. I don't know. 0, -4, negative. As a joke. You know, I don't know if that counts as an accident though. Apparently it was an accident. You kidding me? I'm gonna keep going just to double check because I don't want to like reset now. I don't know if it even matters. 5 -3, -6. Actually, behavioral adjustment form. -1, -4, 4. Okay, they do get present. But do. Still says 49 warnings. I don't know. Still says 49 warnings. It's annoying. I don't know. I'll keep going, but like... I don't know if it's supposed to say 49 though. You know? I think it's reading it wrong. The game is reading the number of citations I get, like, wrong. I don't know. Because I swear I did like a perfect run. And I somehow I still have 49. What? I wonder if I need to like delete the save file, you know, reset it. Okay, I don't know. I want to stop now. I'm gonna keep going. 4, 2, -2. This cancels this out. -2, -1, -4. I'm definitely gonna be pissed off if, like, I'm gonna get the same ending. I have a toy. I'm hoping that, again, the choices that I make... What? I still got, like, a citation. Cancels out, neutral. 4. Counteracts, okay. Boy. Blue Dragonfly, the game might have upper limit how many wrong actions they'll count. Maybe. But that... It shouldn't count from the previous run, though. That's a glitch. Like... I don't know. I'm trying to get a different ending here. But I can't get that ending. I don't know. I have to see. Like, I don't know if it's like a bug in terms of just... The text, I guess, if that makes sense. It's just a string variable, or is it simply actually in the back end? Does it actually count the wrong number of citations? That's what I want to know. Because what I'm trying to do is get like low citations, low trust with tinsel, and I assume that would give me a different ending. That's what I thought. I'm trying to do my best. I'm actually doing it correctly this time, but. 6, 2, 0, plus 2, 0. Plus, nice. Okay, you got a toy. Even though you're lost in the forest and freezing to death. What? Birth date was wrong. 6, 5, 0, -4, 0. I assume gender is wrong. Zero, 5. What? 1, I think, overall. You get coal. You die now. Wait, don't send it. What's wrong? Damn it. Nothing. Just send it. What does it matter now? Okay. What does it matter? 5, -3, 2, 1, 3, 0, -1. Oh. Weight is wrong anyway. I always gotta check the profile first, because there's something wrong in the profile, you know, it doesn't matter what's on the other reports, you have to give a call anyway. Oh, this one's wrong too. The name. 3, 0, 1. Guess. You guys get a toy. Yeah, very again suspenseful and dramatic music. Nothing noteworthy. Ladder. Zero, 5, negative 1, plus 3, 4. You're not a bad person, I say, as I make all the decisions that piss you off, but yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know, I feel like it's the same ending. I think, I don't know, but I can't tell if it's because the game is glitched and like just gave me all the, you know, all the wrong admonitions or whatever. Or it's simply because if you tattle on her, like you always get the same ending anyway. What does it matter? Donate toys. 8, 9, 12. Okay, they're relatively just, they get a toy. Unless there's a discrepancy over here. I don't think there is. Have a toy. -6, -6. Negative 10, I think. Okay, very negative. But very naughty Liam. Liam is very naughty. I want a dragon. Well, you don't get a dragon, okay? You don't get a goddamn dragon. -7, -8, -10, -11. I gotta give a behavior adjustment form though. Oh, and the height is wrong, actually. Mine, it's no matter what. I mean, no matter the situation, they'll always get a call anyway. Height is wrong. You get 5 out of 5 cold, that means she gets executed. Santa Claus will invade her house and shoot her with a gun. Very sad. I can't believe Santa just murders children like that. -2, -4, -5, plus -2 rather, or 0. And I want $1 million. -2. Okay, too bad. You don't get $1 million. You keep looking at the birthday. It's kind of hilarious because some of the kids will be in their 30s. Really? Well, I guess in like, 2026, I guess, right? Yeah, in the context of the game, though, they are children because it's technically 2004. What? 2004. Wow. Remember 2004? I don't really, because I don't know. When was 2004? I don't know. Back when people watched TV, I guess. I mean, people still watch TV. I just don't. Wait. Can't count. What was it? I forgot what was I... Oh yeah, coal. Right, negative. It was negative overall, right? Yeah. You didn't realize there was a day? Yeah. That's how you're supposed to count it, like, when the mechanic first showed up, You're supposed to count it to 2004. At first, I was like, I actually was like, having to count it every single time was annoying, because I don't know, I just don't think about it like that, like the dates, Doing it in my head was annoying every single time, but then eventually I figured out, well, as long as they're like, as long as the number is over a 1986, I believe, right? Because 1986 is like when they're 18. Like, the rule is if they're over 18, they're not supposed to get a present. Or whatever. But as long as it's over 1986, I guess. That's all you need to remember. I think, right? That's the math? That's the correct math? I don't know. 0 plus 3, 6, 5. Yeah, you get a... Well, a Stoven. Is that a real nationality? I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is, and therefore, you get coal. Estoven. I know there's Estonians, right? I think it's Estonians are real. I don't know if Estovens are real though. Akira Hayashi. 2, 3, 6, 4, 6 again. I want a robot and a puppy. Yeah. Well, you don't get that. You get a book. You get a little diary instead. We can't always get what we have, kid. Or we can't always... I said that wrong. We can't always get what we want. Yeah, same thing. It just ends up here. That's annoying. I think the game actually... Either that, or you always get that bad ending if you rat her out too soon. Hold on. Where's the save file? Because, ironically, the developer said here that they fixed that. It's not, actually. Like, the game would incorrectly keep the number of documents already processed from the previous run. This has now been fixed. No, it's not been fixed, actually. I don't know. Well, let me see. I just wonder where the game saves the save file. Because these days, in modern times, they don't save it in the same folder. They save it in a different folder. I wonder what it would be called, though. Would it be called the developer's name? App data, maybe? Or is it called something else? Dreadloom, maybe? No. Oh, Dreadloom Studios, Holiday Compliance. There you go. Player log. Interesting. You know, by the way, player log, it has like a bunch of stuff related to the game. Values of function. Click the link. I wonder if there's anything that would show whether or not I got a specific ending or not. I don't know. There's previous log. Docks me a little bit here, but whatever. That doesn't show much. Anyway, I think I'll... hopefully if I just delete both of these logs, then when I reload the game, that means the save will be reset. And then hopefully, I can get a different ending. Unless it still says continue. Yeah. Where do they put the save file? It's just player log. I guess player log is not really a save file. Can't seem to find it. My video games. Where do they put the save file? That's what I'm wondering. Where do they put the save file? Because I need to delete that save file to reset the goddamn game so that it doesn't like carry over the things that I got from last time. Documents, maybe? Yeah. No, that's just the screenshots that I have. I know some like really old games actually do put save files in your freaking documents folder. Yeah. Not anymore though. They don't do that anymore, as far as I can tell. Maybe app data in my other accounts. I don't know if that matters. Well, there is another like thing there, so I'm just gonna delete that real quick, see if that helps. And then app data loco. No, nothing there. I don't know. Yeah, because I can press continue and that the game does load back here. That's not what I want. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know where they save files. Where are save files located for Unity games, you know? According to Reddit, from like 8 years ago, the most common location is app data local LOW. Yeah. And that's where I checked too. But seemingly it didn't do anything. When I deleted it, nothing happened, so... Users, app data, local... Dreadloom Studios, player log... Hold on, let me see where... Maybe you know, maybe it'll show here actually, in the notepad. Up systems, mono config path, state loaded. Oh, interesting. It says current, like it says like current choices. Current choices. Secret confession true. Insult treason true. That's interesting. Where does it load this state? I don't know what file it reads it from, you know? That's what I want to know. I don't know where it reads it from. Save. Save file. Save version, ink save version. That's not it. Admonitions. No? I mean, this is a log, so I don't know if that counts as a save. How do I... Admonition. How do you spell it? I don't know how to spell it. Cannot find. Okay, no. Well, I don't know. Whatever. I think what I'll do is I'll just replay again. I'm gonna delete the thing again just to see what happens. Oh, it's open in another folder? Oh yeah, game is open. Let's delete it again. I'll reopen it. Yeah, admonition. Deadly admonition. You know, like deadly premonition. Deadly admonition. Alright, I'll just be a new game. This time what I'll do, hopefully, I don't know. It might just glitch out again, but like, what I want to do this time is not snitch on Tinsel, but I will pick all the choices that piss her off, essentially. So I won't, hopefully, send her to the dungeons, but I will not make, I will make her like not trust me. So like, I wonder if that will do anything. And maybe I get a different ending. I'm not sure. Guess we'll see. I can't count. 2, -1, 4, 7, 4, 7. Because I assume, you know, when you, at some point, I forget, like second day, third day, at some point, the inspector goes up to you and tells you, what's your performance? You know, and it's like, you have this amount of warnings, you know? And it doesn't make sense that they get 49 warnings. I feel like, you know, it just doesn't seem right. That up to that point, I did no mistakes, and yet somehow I still get warnings. So I assume it's because the warnings got carried over from the previous save, which is doesn't make any sense. It's not supposed to do that. Five, 2, 0, right? Unless there's like a thing where you gotta like, when you get like an ending, you need to make sure the game plays it out, so like it runs the code to like reset the admonition or something like that. I don't know. Not sure if I need to do that. It'd be kind of weird coding if that's the case. 0, 2, 1, -4, +1, 0. Bum 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 bum. Again, very epic music. -3, -1, -3, -5, -8. Yeah. I don't know, it's annoying I have to do all this over again, but... Oh, this is actually two things that are like two things that are like, by accident. but they still get coal anyway. How does it work? Like, if there's multiple actions that are for the behavior adjustment form, does it apply to both somehow? -1 plus 2, okay, and the behavior adjustment form. Da, 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 da. Zero, 4, 0, -4. Thomas King gets coal. -2, -1. Wait, what? Wait. Yeah, or -3, and then cancels each other out, so toy. Despite being banned on Xbox Live, they get a toy. You know, it's funny because she gives the same comments how like, oh, you're doing well or whatever, but like I feel like the number of ammunitions still like is the same. I don't know, I guess we'll see. I wish there was a UI element that actually shows it, you know? It'd be good to know because I'm not wasting my time. There's a -6, -3, -6 again. Philippe, Henry, 7, 5, 2, 0, 3. Yeah. Beatrice, 1, 5, 7. I can't do the math for some reason. 11. Oh, they're very they have a very positive, a nice score. I swear, it's gonna be like 49 warnings again. You know, it's gonna be annoying. I hate this. Let's see. 0, 5, 8, 5. You know, I like this game. It's just like, you know, the more I play of it, the more I start to dislike it. And only because it's like a little glitchy, right? But and like how obtuse to get the endings are. Or not obtuse, but like rather because you know, because I don't really know the exact factors that go into getting different endings, and it's time consuming to like replay the entire game again just to see those endings. You know, that's the biggest thing. Oh, oops! I forgot to give the behavior adjustment for. Ah! Ah! Okay. Whatever. I'll just keep going. Neutral, -3, -6, -7, -8, -9. Okay, this is very, very negative kid. Charles Taylor deserves nothing but coal. What? Accident? Where? Without notifying anybody. -8. Negative. Okay. Well, this person has to... Oh, right? No exceptions. -2. -1. -6. Okay, well, very negative. You don't get a dragon. Naughty. Okay, well, this is the kid that lost their parents. You get coal, I don't care. I have to keep this moving, you know? I gotta see what variables actually affect the ending, kid. I don't have time for this. Santa, you owe me money. -5. Okay. This again. -4, 5. Coal. Okay, then cutscene, yada. It's funny that you don't actually get to decode it yourself, you know? I mean, you get a similar thing happens in Papers, Please. I don't know if you ever get to decode stuff for yourself. I think you do, right? There's like a little mini game you do, I think. But not in this game. Day 4. When do you get the warnings count? You know, that's what I want to know, so I can check like how if the game is still bugged. I was going on vibes. I'm not even counting. I'm just like, you know, this is enough naughty actions. Naughty. This is a gift, I think. Despite the letter. Anyway, can I get a tablet? Is what it says. Nice, naughty, -1, -3, negative. We still gotta put the adjustment form because they did it by accident. Okay, so this is when he says like how many warnings you get. 2 warnings. Okay, so this time they are counting it correctly. Alright, at least there's that. I thought I did it perfectly, you know? Well, I'm gonna say, okay. This time I'm gonna say I gave them tinsel. Like, what if I half-ass it, you know? I'm like... But like I don't snitch on her the next time he asks. I wonder what happens then. I don't know. 7, 5. Oh, actually, what is this? So, -8, 4, -4, -3. I think you get coal. Ah, but then you gotta adjust the accident one. Oversleeping. So never mind, you don't count that one then. In that case, it's -3, -6, -2, -1, still -1. So you still get coal though. -1, -2, +1. Toy, right? Mario gets a toy. Mario. First name Mario, last name Mario. Killed father and mother. Thank you. Give it to unless there's anything. Oh, even if you know that you're supposed to, you know, do the like you know, because there are special ones that are always the same no matter what. You still gotta do the freaking exception form thing. There you go. You did it. You killed your parents. Have a toy. Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate, Tinsel. Always on my ass. You know? 1, -1, 2, 1. -4. Just 6. 3, 6, 9, 10, 8, 6. Okay. What? Blah 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 blah. You know, it seems like so far, you know, I got the good ending the first time, by the way. But the bad ending is like you get bad ending 3 and then you get bad ending 1. So I guess the only other ending will be another bad ending, I guess. So it really is like you can only get bad endings, you know, basically. That's what it seems like. What do you mean? What do you mean bootlicking doesn't give you a good ending though? You know? What if I simply like to lick boots? What if I just simply follow the rules and then I get a good ending? I get a salary and then go home. Right? No, wait, I can't do math. 3, -1, 3, 1. Okay. Unless there's any discrepancies here. I don't think so. It's just a toy. Also, a corpse? Something about a corpse. I didn't read that. Need a 5, 2, 4. Wrapped. I think? Oh, because I didn't read the freaking letter. I didn't read the goddamn letter. Jack Taylor. Yeah. 7, 4, 0, 2. Ah, confiscate personal belongings from peers right under listed instructions from school administration. Right. I always forget about that. Oh, really? It's 7, 3, 1. So you get a toy. Four, 0, -3, and 2, and 0. So like, I'm not bribing you, but I like cookies, brownies, and my brother's candy. So like, get a diary. -7, 3. Well, I can't think. What? -7, but then 3 again. 3, no, 8. -8 rather. I have to add it, and then 6, and then 5. You get cold. You die. Because 5 out of 5 means you die. You get taken out. Assassinated. What? Kind of a citation. I'm trying to do good this time. I'm getting more citations. Okay, this seems right. 7, 9, 5, 8, 4, 3. Bum 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 bum. Actually, not this. It's not what I wanted. Unless there is a discrepancy. I don't think there is. I want this one. Okay, negative. Pushing a student into the snow is a joke. I think that's a behavior adjustment form, right? I'm pretty sure. Even though I don't think that's, that's correct. Like, even you do it as a joke, you still... I don't know, that counts, But, like, I guess it does. Haha, just a prank, bro. I'm just stabbing you with this knife as a prank, bro. Haha, so funny. Haha, I'm just gouging your eyes out. It's just a prank. Come on, it's for TikTok. Come on. It's just a joke. Just because I'm causing you grievously bodily harm, it's just a joke. Anyway, 7, 8, 6, 9, 7, 6. I'm so bad at like adding and subtracting in my mind. It's like very simple. Literally like elementary school level, kindergarten level. Math, but like, I don't know, I can't do it quickly. It's really hard, okay? I guess neutral, there's nothing. What? Formatting. I understand. Okay, this time I don't snitch on her. What did I miss? I missed a formatting, I guess, somehow. Was the name or something? -4, -2, 0, -1. I swear. I keep, like, missing stuff. Okay, so this time we don't snitch on her. Now what? Six warnings. Quite clean. That's interesting, because off of 5 warnings before, now 6 warnings, so like doesn't make any sense. I guess it's like it resets somehow. I don't know how that works. I thought it would carry over from the entire week, not just from like a few days, because that's how it worked last time. I don't know, strange. Anyway, profile discrepancy, height. Anything in here I still need to adjust? I don't think so. You get coal. You don't get Nintendo. You don't get a Nintendo Switch 2 or whatever. What's the next? There's a Nintendo Switch 2 or something, right? What did they call it? I don't remember. I think that's what they call it. Because I remember there was like a Wii and there's like a Wii U. And the Wii U was supposed to be the successor to the Nintendo Wii, but it wasn't as popular because people got... Well, I don't know if people got confused about it, but it certainly didn't help. But like people, I feel like, thought the Wii U was like DLC or something, you know, like it was an add-on instead of like an actual like complete like successor to Nintendo Wii. So this time I think they're just calling it the Switch 2 or something, right? It could be wrong. Oh, I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. Maybe something else. I could. Okay, what was it called? Like this new Switch or something? I don't know. Anyway. 4, -2, 0, -3, 0. No, you get gold. See you later. Oh wait, I forgot. Behavior adjustment form. What was it? Citing fear of retaliation. So this one's survival though. So okay, I have to recount it. 4, 0, 2, -1. You still get coal though. Goodbye, Louise Dubois. It's time for you to die. I don't care what Tinsel thinks. I'm killing you. You're going to die now. Goodbye. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Okay. Don't worry about nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. -2, -4. The soundtrack loop. -2, -5, -7 at this point. Oh wait. Control down. So Sota Matsumoto Moriten. Moriten? What is Moriten? I don't know. Oh, you get coal either way anyway. Oh, I forgot this thing. Oh my freaking god damn it. Neutral. No, not this. This one. Accident. Because of that, I think they do get a toy. Seems right. Harass kids online using a fake account, of course. Classic. -7. -4. +1. +5. +6. 1986 though. So that is the magic number. So does that mean they're 18? They're born on the 26th of December. Does that mean they're 18? I think so. I'm just gonna do that. That has to be right? Or okay. No, okay. So it has to be after that. So 1986 after the 23rd is there'll be 18. I don't know. I thought whatever. Some of my citations. Naughty. I think this will get a toy anyway, right? Oh, was it accident or whatever? Oh my god. I don't know, trying to fix something without the proper tools, that's not an accident. That's, again, negligence. That's just negligence, you fool. Oh, and of course, okay, the same thing. I gotta like, it's just an accident. It's just an accident. Oh. I was trying to fix your car with my chainsaw, but then I ended up slicing it in half. You know, it was just an accident. I didn't know. That's not fair. You gave code because their profile was wrong? Yeah, the rules say that if there's an error in the profile format, even if it's a system error, code must be given automatically. I don't know why I expected more from you. Okay, so I'm just disappointing her. At every turn. I don't know why you thought you could trust me in the first place. Okay, I'm just checking for exceptions. Doesn't matter, they get called anyway. Isabella Lewis, again, this sprite just makes me think of Ashley Graves. Like two things in this game that makes me think of Ashley Graves. Height. Oh. Pushed the student into the snow as a joke. It was totally an accident. Raphael Vincent. He was right. -7. 4. Wait, what? Oh, -4. -3. 0. And -4. And -6. You just get straight cold. Are you leaving already, Tinsel? Yeah. See you tomorrow. Yeah, this time, yeah, she doesn't tell us about anything about her plans. She doesn't trust us. Good morning. Important day today. Why is that, sir? Closures. Yeah. Morning, Tinsel. I don't feel like talking to you right now. I see. You don't look very well. Thanks, huh? What a great compliment. I wasn't trying to insult you. I'm fine. Everything ends today, for better or for worse. Okay? Now she's being vague, so I don't know what's going on with her. But I guess I just remain ignorant, you know? Because she doesn't trust me with any of the information, so I just kind of like do whatever. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's up to. Oh well. Neutral. -1. -5. -3, -6, -3 again, and -5. Seems right to me. Cole. Nathan Walker is a Canadian. 5, 1, and -2. Why'd you have to ruin it? You know, you did so many good things and then you ruin it at the end. You just get cold. I hope to finish this soon. You know, it's like, I don't know. Again, I like this game. It just takes a bit to, not to mention the weird bug that kind of like annoyed me a little bit. But I guess it takes a bit to like see all the content, you know, and it's very repetitive when you try to do it. Four, -3, 5, 9, and 12, and then neutral. -3, 0, and -1. Unless there's any discrepancies here. And you know what? Let's this has been playing for a while now. Let's switch it up a little bit. Papers, Please. You know? OST, which is really just the one theme song, you know? 1 hour edition. They're like there's a deaf theme, I guess. Papers, Please to study to. You know, is that like a thing? No, it's just like people's Let's Plays. I forget Markiplier. Hello everyone, I'm Markiplier. Think I can make a movie or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Fine, I'll just play the main theme. Papers, Please. Yeah. To end it with. Because I'm assuming this is the final one. This is the final ending that I'm gonna get, and then I'll be done with the game. Hopefully. Unless I don't. In which case, I'm still gonna, like, just stop playing it. Okay, seems nice. Oh, but the name is wrong. Name is wrong, fool. So you get cold. Glory to our Tortska. I have to go. Go now? Are you feeling sick? Yes, just don't tell anyone. I'll be back. Tinsel? Zero, 3, 6, 7. Okay, seems right to me. Name is correct. Neutral. I remember to type the letter. I always forget. Okay. Shirt. Have a shirt. Oh, that cancels each other out. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Toy. What? Birth date? God damn it. 0, 4, 1, 0, -4. Even worse, -6. Anna Lewis. What? Accident? What was the accident? Tinsel isn't coming back. Where'd she go? I don't know. I don't know, man. What I care about is getting all these goddamn citations in the playthrough, and I'm not trying to get citations anymore. -1, 3, 6, 2, 3. But I have to give the little behavior adjustment form thing. 1996, English, Daisy Wood. Wait. Yeah, I think I get a toy, right? I think they get a toy. Hmm. 5, 7, 6, 10, 12, 10. That says money doesn't grow on trees, but maybe it grows in the North Pole. If yes, send some. Minimum a grand. Give me $1,000, please. If only that's how it worked. I think they get a game controller, either way. Several hours have passed and Tinsel still hasn't returned. I have a bad feeling about this. Mio, Inoue, 1988. I think that's correct. 2, -1, 3, 0. Okay. Have a car. Carlos Gomez. Your weight is incredible. Are you sure you're not just an American? And you ate a lot of McDonald's, like a lot of McDonald's. Boy, Inspector, why are there so many guards? Where's your partner, Tinsel? You left a moment ago, but I don't know where. Guards, go find her. What's going on, boy? I told you not to make exceptions, so you're not get involved. Why didn't you listen to me? I didn't want to do this. Believe me, I have no choice. This is the same ending. Well, okay, well, this is slightly different. So I didn't know how big this was. I didn't do anything. I just gave her the letters. You may not have known what you're getting into, and I believe if you're compassionate, but I warned you nothing going to do. Sorry, boy. Everything's perfectly organized. Hurts like hell. Interrogated by saying you care about all you, they say pain in his eyes. No one says you felt. They ask what you did. You accepted documents that will verify them, move forms out of order, which was not report anomalies. You chose to trust when you shouldn't have. Each mistake is read out loud, make a list like a report. They correct you, it hurts. They explain why it hurts. They only repeat that the system must remain stable. You think about Tinsel. You don't know if she achieved anything. You don't know if she was captured. Maybe she's in another room. But you know you're lying to yourself. She abandoned you. It doesn't matter anymore. The process continues until you can no longer remember when you last made a decision of your own. At some point, you hear a different voice. Deeper, slower. You don't see it. And when it ends, the system functions again. The lists are clean, the errors disappear, and so do you. Okay, so no, it is a different bad ending. I mean, it's bad ending number 2, which technically I didn't get before. So even though it's like almost a carbon copy of bad ending 3, the only thing you don't see is like Tinsel being like, grr, you know, like just being like pissed at you because even though she trusted you and everything, you just suck at your job. So like she got caught anyway. I guess that's it. I guess that's all the bad endings. So, I don't know. Kind of shitty, to be honest. They all kind of suck, but I guess that's the point. I wish it was more interesting. Where's the bootlicker ending? Where's the one where like, yeah, yes, I love communism, you know? And then you just like, you just be a rat and then you win because you just lick all the boots. I mean, I guess that would go against the moral of like, you know, going against authority and all that, but you know. But what if you were just a fascist? And then you get assassinated later, but you know, don't worry about it. You know, like you get assassinated later by like a rebel group, but like at least you died knowing that you followed the rules, you know? Something like that, you know? Maybe I want to play as the villain, okay? And then you get your just desserts, but like, you know, I'm not saying like it's a good thing. I'm just saying I just want to see it as a possibility, you know? Also, what's this? Death. I mean, this is appropriate, isn't it? Oh, what's this theme? I don't remember this theme. I just remember the main theme, really. Glory to Orstotska. Bum 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 bum. Sure. Okay. I guess that's it. That's for holiday compliance, you know? Was it worth it? Probably not. But I don't know. I wanted to see the different endings to see like how many variations there are, and I don't know, as it turns out, it's kind of not worth it. Like the bad endings are basically like you either get tortured, I guess, for helping her. You also get tortured for helping her, but like not really following the moral choices, I guess. You get caught anyway. Or you do like rat her out, and then you see her in like, you know, being tortured or whatever, and you're like, oh no, what have I done? Oh no, and then that's it. And it just ends there. I don't know. It's kind of... And the good ending, of course, is if you get her trust, you know, like you do all the morally good actions, at least without making too many mistakes, and then, of course, give her the letters and everything, you know. I mean, honest, the good ending was a little bit lackluster as well, because it's kind of like, oh, she adjusted some variables, then she leaves, bye, and then you just continue working there, you know? It's like, I don't know. Not very exciting. You just end up working your job anyway. If I was gonna, like, work at the job in the first place, I might as well lick those boots, you know? If I'm just gonna continue working there anyway, is all I'm saying. Oh well. This is like the theme, but done on an electric keyboard. Oh, funky. But yeah, I did kind of wish there's more nuance, I guess, to the different endings. It does feel a little unsatisfying. I don't know. I guess it's fine. Like I guess I shouldn't expect too much, you know, for like a free game. That otherwise, gameplay-wise, like the first playthrough definitely was interesting enough, you know. It says here is like designed to be played at least twice. I would disagree and be like, actually, really, there's only one real true ending. The one real true ending is really just to get a good ending, really. It really is designed to be played to get the good ending, and that's it. You should really just stop there. Like, I mean, the bad ending 3, I guess, where you both get tortured, I guess is slightly interesting, because it kind of, again, reminded me of 1984, but... other than that, really, it's kind of not worth it, really. You kind of, they even, like, repeat the scenes, actually. Like, Bad Ending 1 and Bad Ending 2 uses the same CG as Bad Ending 3, you know? They just kind of, like, cut it in half, really. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. I did feel like the ending was a little bit lackluster. Because I wanted to see what Tinsel's deal was, essentially. Kind of like where did she come from? Why did she get those letters? Who is this group that she was working for? I don't know. We never learned that, I guess. I don't know. I guess we don't need to learn that. It's just I just wish the ending was a little bit more interesting. But that's basically my main complaint, and also the fact that replaying everything is a bit of a chore, though. You know, again, it says it's designed to be played at least twice. I again would disagree, not only because the endings are like not that different, you know, not that interesting anyway for me, but also playing it twice becomes a chore. is the thing. It becomes very repetitive because even by the end of the first playthrough, day 6 or 7, you're seeing a lot of repeats at the end, and so it like you're starting to get a little bit like maybe not bored, but like, you know, I don't know what the word is, but like you want it to be over basically. Like the game is done, you know. It felt a little bit dragged out by the end. At least in terms of gameplay anyway. The story was still interesting, it's just the gameplay was a little bit like, again, repetitive. But then if you play it twice though, that's kind of like, eh. I mean, there are some differences in the dialogue a little bit, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's actually designed to be played twice. Because if a game that is actually designed to play twice would have like new game plus mechanics and stuff, right? They would add more stuff. Actually, it would even add even more stuff, more variations. Maybe in a different route, even like, you know, just like in a visual novel, you would have different mechanics, even, right? Because in one route you would have very specific mechanics, but in a different route you actually do different documents instead, right? The gameplay would be completely different, even. Maybe not completely different, but like it would add like different variables or different variations. So in my eyes, that's a game that would be designed to play twice. This game is not designed to be played twice. This game kind of wastes your time a little bit, you know, if you try to play it twice. So again, and I don't know, that's not to say like the game needs to like expand to that extent necessarily to add even more content, but rather the fact that because there's not much more content after the second playthrough, or even rather after the first playthrough, I feel like there's no need to force the player to play it twice. Again, I wish there was some kind of checkpoint, especially if you already got the good ending, or you went through the entire game already. Like, for example, if you get like a bad ending at a certain day, you should be able to just go back to the main menu and just pick a checkpoint. You know, I feel like you don't need to like force the player to start from the very beginning, go through all the dialogue again, you know. That's how I see it anyway. I feel like that aspect, I wish was a little bit more convenient for the player. Anyway, but that's all. You know, basically, I feel like I overstayed my welcome with this game. I don't know if the game is overstayed the welcome, or maybe I overstayed its welcome. I don't know. Well, like either way, I feel like playing it a little bit too much is like it became less fun the more I played. Should have just stopped the first time. Oh well. I was still curious about the other endings, right? You can't just say, oh, there's 4 endings, you know, shaped entirely by your choices, you know? Like, come on. You can't just say that and expect a player not to try to find out all the different things, I feel like. So okay. You can't just, like, say, like, shaped entirely by your choices, you know? You can't just say that and, like, not expect the player to be curious. But again, I feel like the game is not really designed for you to find all those endings yourself. I don't know. Anyway, but it was fun though. Like, you know, I liked it. I liked the concept. I liked the unique theme and everything. Yeah. So I wouldn't say it's a bad game. It's just, you know, I feel like it's not really meant for multiple playthroughs. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. That's all I feel about this game. And also the other game, what is it? The Case of the Dungeon Descent, the first game I played earlier in the stream, was very good too. So that, for me, that's definitely a double thumbs up. This one is, like, I think very good, in my opinion. But yeah, there you go. Anything else I want to say? I don't know. I think that's it. It's been about like 5 hours. So I think I'm good. There you go. Yeah, let me just press the bell button. Boop. Again, a little like, well, the holiday compliance one is like a Christmas theme game, sort of. So like, it's very late to the whole Christmas thing, but oh well. But yeah. Anyway, I guess let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, and I guess next week I'll play something else. Probably not. I mean, most likely not like Papers, Please style, because again, the genre of the I guess, you know, the Return of Obra Dinn and like Papers, Please. I feel like those specific genres are like rare, but like rarely done well, rather, I guess, you know. So I don't know if I'll play another game like that. I guess we'll see. Not sure. I don't know what I'll play next time. No, I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to promise anything, you know. Because I put out a game that I was thinking of, but like, what if I don't play it though? Actually, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But there you go. Yeah, that'll be it for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.